Hey everybody, it's CC99X. Welcome back to more Snowbreak Containment Zone. Today, we'll be streaming the new event, I suppose. It's more like a story expansion, but it's an event. It's Fragments of Truth, I think. Yeah, Fragments of Truth. If you're watching on Twitch, might have to turn up the volume. Just I assume it's good because I can't. Like again, I can't hear the game audio when I'm tabbed out, so I don't know how loud it is or isn't. It is. Because I did lower the audio with my sensitive ears. Do some dailies. I haven't logged in yet. Sure. Previous stuff. I'm guessing I have a lag spike, don't I? Kinda. Anyway, before we start doing the event, let's do some trials. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's start. This is... I guess this is her skin name. I don't know what's her actual name. Ovidia, okay. Chaos damage. Either a shotgun or a sniper. Probably a sniper. Well, I don't plan on spending money on the game, and hopefully neither should you. So let's see how she plays. Mostly we'll look at her animations. Oh, stinky. You have horrible aim. Okay, I guess that's a taunt. And explodes. What's her ult? Ow. Okay, I guess her ult is quite tame considering it's a, what's the word, like premium 5-star character? Yeah, it's physics that are sus, not really angles, except for that last bit. Okay, interesting. We have... I assume her name is Xana. A shotgun user. Wow, my internet's dying. Holy frick. Okay, at least even though my internet's dying, it's not unplayable like Genshin. It's just slow. Okay, hurts me about sprinting. It's a dash, and you can also use it to, like, push enemies. It's the ult. My eyes. Really bad turning radius. Yeah, her skill has good turning radius, but not on her ult. They're really good movements. Well, I should probably mention that this time. Very cool. I think I know why. Let's I forgot to turn off the preview on YouTube. That might be the problem. Yep, that seemed to fix it. Alright, next we have Turbo. It's Phrygia, okay. That's a... What the hell? Taking a screenshot. There we go. I'll take more screenshots because whatever my internet is doing is funny. Alright. With a sniper. Because Frida uses an AR, I believe. I guess the weak spots are the thrusters. She has a really fast dodge. Okay, I guess you can like auto fire the with your ability. Interesting. I'm gonna build up my ult if I can. I don't really know how her bars work. I guess you charge up your 3 bars on the screen using your dash, and then you can use your ult to buff it. That's what I assume how it works. I like using her though. Physics and angles for this version of Frida. All right. Now we have some outfit trials. I don't get why we need to trial the outfits. Use voice exclusive outfit. You cover operative this way, action and station. Oh, okay. Active skill special. Okay. Anyway. Let's just try them. Let's just get the rewards, see how sus the skins and stuff are, and you know, we'll get on with the event. We are using a sniper. Let's see what her skill is like. Oh yeah, right. It's the same. It's just the skin that's different, I guess. So the decoy that will explode, and yeah, you can shoot it. I guess. I guess it explodes on contact with damage. Doesn't matter if allied damage or enemy damage. Okay, that's both physics and angles. Who patrolled Frida? Sniper again. I assume this ring is not from her. Let's try to nuke these guys. There you go. I guess her abilities use her charge rather than the energy on the top right. I guess it's like a version of Sukumizu. Because it's normal ones doesn't have this part. And usually don't have frills on the side. Because why increase workload and material costs for uniforms? I heard they don't have Sukumizus anymore. I don't live in Japan, so I wouldn't know. Nor do I go to school in Japan. This is a skill I see a lot on like PvP. Not PvP, but like co-op. I guess it's like Railjack in Warframe. And her charge attacks are basically what is his name? The Dendro 5-star bro character. Oh, I forgot his name. But yeah, but the charge shots, Chen Xing's charge shots are like his. And kind of like with the Railjack seeking volley ability on her skill. So auto aim projectiles. And that's why she's OP. Dual pistols, whatever secondary this is, but we haven't seen that yet. I don't think. They probably don't have much penetrating power though. Or ricochet angle, I forgot. It's probably ricochet angle, I don't remember how stuff in this game works. Let's see her skill. The dash. Get decent damage. Again, these are max characters. It's actually a life. Alright. We have Cirrus with a shotgun or sniper, can't tell. Probably shotgun given the grip. Yep. Let's use a skill. Guess it's a Zhongli. It's a Noel shield. Not like, the game. We have more series. This time it's a Joshikose outfit. Really revealing Joshikose outfit. Is this the sprint one? Yeah. I like this ability. I don't know if it's good, but it feels nice to play. It gives you movement, you do damage, and it has pretty big range. Flush Party Frida. Her artwork had like see-through materials, but I don't think it's see-through on it for a top tier in game. It's fine, it lowers like hardware requirements to render. Internet design again. Did I mention that I've reinstalled Dead by Daylight recently? I think I did. Same video, just different skin. Yeah, our top is not see-through. Unless I saw incorrectly. Can you just use her? Yeah, I can just use it like a lot more. So yeah, her abilities, not ability, her passive has good movement, skill, good damage, and also good damage. Don't know how good she is, but on paper, she's nice to play. I guess one thing that might be affecting why it's not like see-through, it's because of my graphic settings. Maybe it's see-through if you have like higher settings, because yeah, it looks see-through at least. I assume it is see-through. Yeah, it is. Wonder if I should like move Twitch and YouTube chat so that you don't see like the purple bar on the screen right now. I guess I'll go do that right now. Yeah, sure, like that. Why not? It'll help me censor whatever is going on my screen. These are not really affected by my ability. I guess it's affected by the last bit of damage. Oh, now it shows welcome to the chat room in the middle. I guess that's why I made it on top before. Well, I guess it's fine right now. Okay, those are the trials. Let's see. Yep. It should be all. That reminds me, I think I was supposed to pull. Yeah, I'm supposed to pull a few streams ago, maybe like 1 or 2 streams ago, because I had to check what's good and what's not. Unless they change the standard banners. Then... Oh yeah, I think I was supposed to pull here. Okay, I did select this. What did I select? Yeah, I read the Space Cowboy is the best, so we're gonna do that. I don't think they changed like what's available here. I could check. Block rules. I don't think they changed it, so yeah, let's pull. Let's see if we get what we want. Probably not. Remind me. Purple. Ambergris. Yeah, purple. Looks like an MP5. Frigate Bird or Frigate Bird. Okay, some new weapons that we haven't seen before. That's nice. Let me check wrong button. I was supposed to press confirm, but I pressed that one. Okay, these are not shared, so I don't have to worry. Why for any coronet? I don't really like Life Wild Hunt. Is that a Marianne or Yao? Let's just go Marianne for now. We can change it later, right? Yeah, we can change it. A 10. Are they shared? No. Yeah, I'll look into what's the best among Life, Marianne, and Yao. But let's not wish yet. I think this is from like the tutorial or something, because I have 1 pulled for some reason. And since it's not shared, let's do another 10 pull. So again, as Vector. Ionized Jellyfish. I like the color and also the name. And more new weapons. Alright. About the event, if the game would allow me to show it. With early trial, let's not touch this yet. Research station, it's, I don't think I need to tell you what it is. But, again, need a pulse, OP as hell, clears this. So, yeah. Early trial, okay, we've done this already, I believe. Yep. Yeah, I feel like they should just use this UI instead, it looks cleaner. Instead of showing a massive list on the left. This is the main story. So, let me check some stuff, and... okay, we should be good to go. Okay, I'll prepare my voice for reading. Reunion. Reunion, long time no see, Giraffe Girl. Holy frick.
捜査部の控訴により、あなたは第一級殺人罪、スパイ罪、危険物所持罪、人類反逆罪等、合計13件の罪で起訴されました。異議はありますか?
That's a lot of charges. At the defendant's stand, the girl in the giraffe mask sat utterly still, as if even the air around her had turned to stone. A rush of nausea and vertigo surged through her chest. What truly seized her voice was a sorrow vast and suffocating, like drowning beneath a silent sea. The gavel of judgment was raised, moments from falling, when the door of the hall burst open with a deafening slam. Lizzie's defense team. Perhaps it was our sudden arrival that gave her the strength to hold on. Lizzie seemed to come back to herself. Her hands clutched the rail, her voice trembling with fury and sorrow. Injiterio. Anshin kudasai. I'll prove it. I'll clear her name. Just yesterday afternoon, she'd seemed perfectly fine. Now here she was, standing trial. And as I watched that trembling giraffe head at the defendant's stand, my mind wandered back to the moment we arrived. June 15th, 5:45 p.m. Jesus, can't even read numbers. We had entered the airspace above the Academica Acropolis, and the aircraft had begun its descent. It's you again. I guess this does take place after the Episode Dawn chapter. That voice crackling through my headset mid-flight. It wasn't just my imagination. Just as T had warned, Edo's operations in Philosia ran deeper than we'd anticipated. Whatever she was plotting, it was already underway. But no matter what came next, I was ready. I was deep in thought when the aircraft dipped slightly. The shift in gravity was subtle, barely noticeable, but just enough to rouse Etchel, who'd been fast asleep in my lap. Her body tensed for a split second, then softened again the moment she realized she was curled up against me. Yeah, we haven't met her yet, so it makes sense I don't know her name. Glancing out the window at the horizon, she quickly unbuckled herself and hopped down from my lap. I guess at this point in time, Fridi already has her like second tier. Oh, what's the name? God, I forgot. But like it's like Nina Pulse having like a new suit. With a dramatic huff, Fridi unbuckled her harness and hopped down from her seat, lips twisted in a deep pout. Clearly, she was still soaking over her earlier loss. A gentle comfort and some moral support seemed in order, so I gave my chest a light tap. A clear signal. Come on, Professor Vidya. She caught on immediately, her eyes sparkling. But just as she started moving, Etchel reached out and tapped her on the shoulder, eyes wide with innocent earnestness. Just notice they both have this sort of material. I assume it's for insulation, but I don't know, for Frida, I guess if you lose heat, it's gonna be from your neck, and also like shoulders as well. Well, you know, you need movement for that anyway. Maybe the thigh. I don't know, I don't think the thigh is necessary. Like, well, it's necessary for monetization, but not necessary to you know, reveal the skin of. I guess if she patched up her clothes, way better. I guess it normally goes up to here because she pulled down the sides. Also, again, the legs. He needs longer shorts. Rita stomped her little foot, muttering things like scientific rigor and objective proof over and over, filling the cabin with cheerful, almost comical energy. Achel tilted her head, thinking hard. So she's an energetic 0 IQ girl. This one is energetic but high IQ. Then you better study harder, Etchel. Watching her puff up with pride like at that, Jesus Christ. Couldn't help but chuckle. I gave her a light pat on the head, gently teasing. He deflated instantly, her confidence vanishing like a popped balloon. Frida, meanwhile, straightened up proudly, hands on hips, doing her best to look authoritative despite her petite frame. Her tone was all sincerity as she spoke about studying, but those wide, expectant eyes had already moved on to something else entirely. The mouth morphs are kinda off. Mochiron. You're pretty soft to hold. Even if I couldn't feel my legs for a while afterward. I can tell. Is that so? Well, as Professor Fridi always says, science doesn't run on assumptions. It requires hands-on testing. I'll have to conduct a follow-up trial and the flight back. Well, bunsekin, adjutant, just means like an analyzer, so. Makes sense. Lydia's voice drifted in, and then she stepped out from the cockpit, head held high. I think you understand why she meant she's the softest. As we neared the last stretch of the flight, she had ducked into the unmanned cockpit, double-checking landing protocols, and clearly found time to change. Yeah, it's the exosuit, okay, that's the word. The striking white exosuit she now wore hugged her form with effortless grace, a bold departure from her usual look. She moved with the poise of a swan, fluid, elegant. It was the new exosuit Professor Fridi had developed especially for this mission, the perfect blend of high-grade tech and tailored beauty. Oh my god, this music. I know where this is going. think that's pretty self-explanatory. Phidia's casual banter had clearly stirred self-doubt in Phidia. I guess she's also like the nerdy kind because her glasses are lit up. As she spoke, she lifted her leg. At first, the motion looked like a sudden downward kick. But no, her legs arced gracefully, coming to rest slightly on my shoulder. Achille gasped, her eyes sparkling. She bounced on her toes, both hands raised in eager excitement. With a tiny huff, she lifted her leg up onto my other shoulder, sliding smoothly into a standing split with ease. I shifted my weight forward slightly to support them better, my hands steadying them each by a calf. Careful now. But when it came to coordination and physical skills, Achille was a natural through and through. Vidya, you okay? Suddenly noticed a subtle tremble of her leg, her smooth calf quivering gently in my hand. See, I know exactly where this was going with the music. She let out a strange little giggle, but the moment our eyes met, her hands flew up to cover her flushed cheeks. Embarrassing, huh? And yet her leg had made its way up onto my shoulder without hesitation. Seeing how flustered she was, I figured I should offer her an easy out. If it's too much, you can... At this rate, the word experiment is going to be completely corrupted. I thought dryly, half amused, half resigned. Just then, Achille wiggled her foot playfully. She glanced over at Phidia, who was now looking increasingly left out, and called out with cheerful sincerity. Vin scooted over to mixed base, a simple, honest gesture of kindness. But somehow, that kindness only made Phidia's expression sink even further. Her brows knitted, her rosy lips pressed into a tight line, and after a beat of hesitation, her voice came out soft and barely audible. So just standard angle. Default. Achille gasped, eyes wide with awe. Rin switched into full-on reverent mode, her eyes sparkling with childlike admiration. I think everyone can do a 360-degree split. Caught off guard by Achille's unexpected praise as the joke went over her head, Phidia let out a laugh, part pride, part self-mockery. And right on cue, just as her giggles faded, the cabin door slid open with a soft hiss. That was not soft. June 15th, 6 PM, so that took 15 minutes. We'd officially arrived in Philosia, the frontline town under the jurisdiction of the Academica Acropolis. You can tell I cannot consistently pronounce that name because Jesus Christ. A few minutes later, I stood by the shoreline, gazing out at a breathtaking view. The sky stretched wide and clear, not a single cloud in sight, a flawless, crystalline blue reflected in the shimmering sea below. White seabirds soared overhead, their flight paths sketching graceful arcs like brushstrokes across an endless canvas. Reminds me of Okami again. The sharp chirps echoed through the air, rising and falling, until the crashing waves swallowed the sound. Standing there, staring out at the boundless ocean, I felt a quiet awe settle over me. Its sheer scale, so vast, so deep, was almost overwhelming. I guess I knew that beneath such beauty and grandeur lurked a force strong enough to devour anything in its path. Just like Phalasia, calm on the surface, but far from harmless. That rhymed. Then, an elegant flash of white at the edge of my vision caught my attention. I assume it's, Vidya. I knew it. Looks like the Academica Acropolis really is serious about needing our help this time. Ah, my eyes. Even though they had approached us with rare humility, I still couldn't shake the sense that they didn't fully trust us. Ow, my eyes. That's why I had Vidya run a sweep the moment we left the airfield, checking for surveillance tech and anyone watching too closely. Sure, with their level of tech, they had 100 ways to keep tabs on us, but Vidya's new exosuit, powered by Yggdrasil's latest tech, wasn't exactly easy to fool. As she spoke, she instinctively pushed her glasses up, the lenses flashing faintly as they caught the light. I feel like goggles or like some sort of like contacts would be much better than glasses. Even that this is supposed to be like somewhat tactical. You're being somewhat because this is still like a bit of a fantasy sci-fi setting. Also, it's I see stuttering on screen. I don't know what's causing it. Let me check some stuff. Maybe I can find out why. Let me snare it down from my shitty computer to the game itself. CPU temps are fine. RAM and CPU are fine, but I'll clear the RAM again just in case. And the internet thing. What? Why is this music coming back? So the way Vidya's nerdy is about, like, novels, probably romance novels. You might be the kind that's into, like, stalkers or something. Are you sure it's a mystery story? And I guess she's also an author. Or director. Well, you're the director. It's your call. As she looked ready to drift off into another daydream, Vidya caught sight of the other two approaching. In an instant, she adjusted her glasses and snapped back into full professional mode. That's the giraffe girl we saw. A giraffe? In a crowd? I blinked, confused, as Zetchel pointed off into the distance, practically bouncing with excitement. I followed her gaze, and sure enough, a giraffe head bobbed above the crowd, moving steadily towards us. It stuck out like a sore thumb. That's... Memory of the mission in Zone 16 flashed before my mind. The giraffe head, the first time I saw it, it was furiously kicking a vending machine. The Z? giraffe head in the crowd paused at my voice, swiveling around in search of the source. But even with that towering height, it was obvious she still couldn't see me. After all, those big round eyes on her mask weren't real. They couldn't actually see a thing. Well, those are buttons. He tilted her head sharply to one side, and just then, I stopped up behind her and tapped her on the shoulder. It was me. It was me, Barry! Startled, Lizzie jumped back with a yelp, the giraffe mask wobbling wildly on her shoulders. Boshano? Don't remember me? I was just about to answer, but Lizzie shot her hand up and cut me off. I assume that's her, like, raw height, you know, without this giraffe head. She is about as tall as me. He rattled it all off in one breath like machine gun. Vidya blinked, visibly surprised, then adjusted her glasses with a faint nod. Not one to be left behind, Echel jumped in at once. Self-proclaimed. At that, Frida couldn't resist glancing my way, cheeks tinged pink, chin lifting just slightly, her eyes sparkling with pride. Well, Professor Frida is a genius after all. You've been growling under all the praise, and so Lizzie's wording hit a weird note, leaving her visibly deflated and slightly offended. What exactly goes on in that head of yours all day? Once the introductions had more or less wrapped up, I finally stepped into the conversation.
もいいからこの理事のユグドラシル入社について真剣に考えてくれないかな。
Yeah, no. Let's put a pin on that for now. First, what are you doing here?
私はでこっちのセリフだよ。でなんでここにいるの？じゃあ待って、当ててみるね。はは
You grab both sides of her giraffe mask and stretch her neck, peeking left and right, the whole time completely unaware of how ridiculous she looked.
極秘任務のため学院にこっそり潜入して機密を盗み出す、そんな任務なんでしょう。ユグドラシルを動かすほどの機密ってどんなんだろう。アクロポリス学院の中に潜む秘密結社？ひょっとして大橋の下に潜む巨大怪魚？それとも学院の中心部で起きた心霊事件？
I hadn't even opened my mouth yet, and her wild theories had already left me speechless. ... There's that much weird stuff hiding at the Acropolis?
学院にいた時にそんなの全然聞いたことないけど、フリティア先輩が知らなくてもおかしくないって。だってずっと本部の研究室に引きこもってて町にはろくに来なかったんでしょ？まあそれはそうかも。いやでもそんなに大変なことになってたらいくら私でも聞いてるはずだよ。ああ、さっきのは全部噂程度のものだから本当にあるかどうかはわかんないです。はあ。でも分析員さんなら解き明かしてくれるよね。
I couldn't see her eyes behind the giraffe mask, but her voice buzzed with excitement. In that moment, I'd gotten a better sense of just how kooky this girl really was.
さて、前置きが長くなっちゃったけど、私に道案内を頼みたいなら。
Because in, we were invited by the academic Acropolis. I rubbed my forehead. After all her rambling and antics, I'd nearly forgotten what I wanted to ask in the first place. I shot her an exasperated look. Alright, can you finally answer my question? What exactly are you doing here?
睨まないでよ。せっかくお兄ちゃんまでつけて呼んでるのに。そもそもここに私がいても不思議はないでしょ？でもほとんどの研究が中止になってるから、みんなは活性化で起きた汚染を抑えるために働いてるんだ。街には清掃しきれてない汚染エリアがたくさん残ってるからね。おかげでデンドロン近くの研究室なんか完全に閉鎖されて権限がないと入れなくなってる。本当にショックだよ。卒論を仕上げるために見学したかったな。
Like if she's some sort of a student, it could be like a... You know, at any rate, she's just, you know, studying here.
新キャンパス行ったらなおさら来れなくなっちゃうの。
New campus.
そう、デンドロンに近くて危ないからって学院はもっと安全な場所に新キャンパスを作ったの。だから本部の学生はほぼみんな新キャンパスに引っ越ししてる。私もあと何日したらそこへ行く予定なんだ。これから学生の教育は新キャンパスが担うから、この町と旧キャンパスは大型研究施設に改造されるとかなんとか。
You chattered away, bright and energetic as ever. But something about it all felt just a little off. Why didn't you leave with the others? Why are you still here?
それは。
Lizzie suddenly pulled out a potted plant from who knows where.
分析員お兄ちゃん、これ見て。
What about it?
研究室の先生から面倒を見てって頼まれたの。先生、今日帰ってきたばかりなんだ。実は私、先生を待つためにここに残ってたの。先生は訳あってまだ学院に戻れないって言うから、ここで会うことになったんだ。
Jesus Christ, we've been streaming for an hour already. Jesus Christ. Come to think of it, when you introduced yourself earlier, you said you were in the advanced department, right? Usually, students only get assigned an advisor after they enter the research department or an official institute.
自分で言うことじゃないんだ。 って私も一応天才の部類なんだからね。卒論の下準備をしていたら先生にプログラミングの才能を見出されてさ、誰よりも早く卒業したら先生の研究室に入るっていう契約をしたの。まだ卒業してないけど、実は先生と合同でフィロゾアの木馬って名前のプロジェクトを進めてるんだ。
He's basically the Trojan horse.
名前からしてもうかっこいいでしょ。誰にも教えてないからね。私と先生以外でこれ知ってるのは分析員さんたちだけなんだから。
The Velocian horse. I knew exactly where that name came from. One of Velocia's most infamous historical events. The story went like this. Unable to break through Velocia's defenses, an enemy force left behind a massive wooden horse at the city gates. Curious and eager to study it, the people of Velocia brought it inside, only too late. To realize it was packed with armed soldiers, the invaders struck from within, catching the city completely off guard. So yeah, it's the Trojan horse. Velocia eventually repelled the attack, but at devastating cost. Ever since, the Velocian horse had stood as a grim symbol, a hard-learned lesson. Hold on. Learned lesson carved into the city's memory. Using that name for a project, though, that's unconventional. Just what kind of project is this supposed to be? I was just about to ask when Lizzie glanced at her watch and let out a small gasp. Just then, Vidya adjusted her glasses. Her eyes narrowed slightly as they drifted to the plant in Lizzie's arms.
待ってください、リジさん。その草、様子がおかしいですよ。おかしい？はい。
Looked down and froze. Right before her eyes, the vibrant plant began to shrivel. Its stems sagged, its leaves curled, as if the life had been drained from it all at once. Dot dot dot. There's no easy way to describe what broke inside Lizzie at that moment. Even though her face was hidden behind the giraffe mask, I could feel it. The despair, the sorrow, the unbearable ache. It came crashing down all at once, sharp and violent, like a wave swallowing everything in its path. Staggered back, like the strength had left her body entirely. The flower pot slipped from her hands and hit the ground with a dull thud. Lizzie? I called out to her, but the next instant, Lizzie seemed to snap out of her daze. She spun around abruptly, shuffled her way into the crowd, and bolted off toward the distance. Lizzie! I shouted again, but she didn't seem to hear me at all. Stumbling, unsteady, she vanished into the crowd.
分析員、この鉢植え、完全に枯れちゃったみたい。
Rita knelt and picked up the flower pot Lizzie had dropped. I glanced down at the withered remains under her hands. Was that really what triggered Lizzie's sudden change? But there was no time to dwell on it. We need to find her.
分析員さん、こっちです。
Once we pushed past the crowd, Vidya quickly locked onto the direction Lizzie had run. We hadn't even made it a block before a sharp burst of movement cut across our path. Middle limbs snapping open from nowhere, blocking the way. Perfect timing.
ロボットがいっぱいだぞ。なんで調査機が？どういうこと？気をつけてください。私たちを狙ってるようです。僕が懲らしめてやる。
June 15th, 6:50 p.m. The Academica Acropolis welcomed us with a bang. Interesting. Street side. Mid-level 80. Interesting. Okay, we can try. Okay, it's a trial. Okay, that's fine. We can probably still beat it with our like normal team, but it'll be kind of rough.
徹底的に調べさせてもらいます。こんな時に邪魔してくるなんて。わざと私たちを邪魔しているようですね。何かに操られているのでしょうか。でも ロボットたちを操るような無線信号は検出していないよ。邪魔。イチェル、怒ったぞ。
Oh, that's a clone. Not clone, but a decoy.
分析員さん、私できましたよね。
It's at least 3 enemies. What did explode and didn't do damage?
あなたたちにはこれくらいで十分かと。手がかりを洗い出していけばぬるぬるです。相手はこの私です。
This is like training my my flicks. Oh, it's all on you.
正義の夜明け。闇を照らして。火だらけです。分析員さん、私できましたよね。受けてみなさい。 ぬるぬるです。
Okay, what's the other characters? Also,
勝てるとは限らないんだから。
oh, this. Okay, we should have just used her from the start. Oh, we don't have enough stamina. All on you, I guess. We could use our E on you. And ult on you. You're not dead. It's like level 100 and we're over halfway there. Probably like around half right now since you know, first like 80 levels I think. Go faster. Objection. Storm into the Hall of Truth. I guess the Hall of Truth is like the courtroom. The crowd shifted and surged around me, but to me, it was like they didn't exist. I kept my gaze on it. Lizzie stood hunched over, trembling, as if her body had been drained of all strength. It was wrapped in sorrow, drenched in it, waves crashing in from all sides, thick and suffocating. What on earth had she gone through? Watching her like that, something twisted in my chest, like a weight pressing down, suffocating me. No, wait. It wasn't just a feeling. There really was something pressing my chest. The moment that thought registered, I jolted awake. Were we, like, dreaming? But after seeing the source of the soft pressure on me, my tense body gradually relaxed. I looked down, half amused, half resigned. At the familiar figure sprawled across my chest.
分析員さん、私の分析員さん。
Her mouth morph is weird. Vidya?
あれ、
At the sound of my voice, Vidya stirred, blinking groggily. She fumbled across the pillow for her glasses, perched them on her face, and looked up, dazed.
夢ですか。それにしてもすごくリアルですね。さすがは私。最近の夢、どんどんリアルになってきました。
Without a hint of hesitation, her delicate hands cupped my face, and gave my cheeks a playful little squeeze.
夢の中じゃないと、分析員さんをこうしていじめることなんてできませんし。
I think you've realized by now that she thinks she's dreaming.
分析員さん、頬がすべすべ。胸板はガチガチ。
What is this, like, ASMR? Why is she going down even lower?
ここからが腹筋ですね。どれどれ。1、2、3、
We have like an 8 pack?
6、7、8。
Her dainty hands grew bold about a second, wandering freely, lingering where they pleased. Worried things might get out of hand, I gently caught her wrist. Vidya. Like a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, she froze up instantly, then practically launched herself off me. So I take it you're fully awake now? I let go of her wrist and folded my hands behind my head, watching with mild amusement as color flooded her face.
私、分析員さん、さっきのは、その。
If you wanted to touch me all over, you could have just said so. Well, I guess the womanizing bit about the adjutant is real.
本当ですか。うん。その。
The words slipped out before she realized, and the moment they did, she clapped her hands over her burning face, utterly mortified. Seeing her adorably rattled, I couldn't help but feel a little smug, so I decided to toss her a lifeline. So, when did you get here?
昨日、分析員さんが眠った後。
She answered without thinking, and then it hit her, while eyes widened as she scrambled to backpedal.
寝込みを押そうとしたわけじゃありませんよ。分析員さんを起こしたくなかっただけです。
Her face turned crimson as she cupped her cheeks, like someone who just confessed their own guilt and was now desperately trying to unconfess it. I could tell. She was just trying to convince herself.
だって午後にあんなことがありましたし、警戒する必要があると思ったんです。なので、ついでに分析員さんの部屋のセキュリティを確認しようと。それから。
Under my gaze, her eyes darted away, and whatever confidence she had left began to unravel. She gulped, and let the rest of her sentence quietly die out, pivoting instead.
とにかく、昨日の夜は何も起きませんでしたが、今日も明日も何も起こらないとは限りません。
What does she mean by like yesterday afternoon? Like, what's the timeline here? Like, we know that the court case is towards the end, at least what we've seen, but is this scene we're looking at before the court case? Like, before the court case, after meeting Lizzie, or is this after what we saw of the court case in the beginning?
引き続き警戒しておきますので、分析員さん、私を信じてください。
Of course I trust you, and I appreciate everything you're doing for me. I gave her a gentle smile, letting her keep her cover story. But her words stirred memories of the previous day, right before we caught up to Lizzie, when that swarm of robots had suddenly appeared and blocked our path. Okay, so it's... what we're saying is between meeting Lizzie for the first time, and then, you know, the bots earlier from the mission early, and then it's now, and then after X amount of time is the court case. The official report blamed it on a random programming glitch, but I wasn't convinced. The dream had just woken from the surface of my mind. Could those robots, and whatever happened to Lizzie, be connected? I still lost in thought when a sharp knock at the door snapped me back. Under my astonished gaze, Vidya shot to her feet, so fast it was like she left a blur behind. And just as Vidya breached the door, dragging Etchel with her, Vidya had already slipped into full demure mode, standing primely by my bedside as if nothing had happened. That reminds me, have we seen our own room in the dorm yet? I don't think we have a room in our dorm. Seeing her standing there, all calm and proper, Vidya didn't suspect a thing. But wow, when we're alone, she's a completely different person. I mean, just say this chair does not look comfortable. Like, it's like laying down, but it's also like you're sitting up, and there's 2 steps here. Like, if it's only 1, then it would be better, but there's like two levels here. Like, even if you sit up here, you might have to like bend your leg up like that. I don't know what's going on with this design. I think I forgot to read some text, hold on. I'm sorry, my eyes. Yeah, dragged here against her will, and she'll shuffled over, half asleep and barely upright. And right on cue, she tripped at the edge of the bed, and landing straight in my arms. He smelled Vidya scent, I assume. As Etchel stirred awake, I caught a flicker of tension in Vidya, her perfectly polished mask beginning to crack. But before things could spiral, Frida stepped in, her tone flustered. Zophorus, interesting. Zophorus? Her tone was serious, and in her expression, I saw a flicker of sympathy and quiet sorrow. So, the person that the plant was linked to was dying. You didn't need to finish the sentence. I'd already put the pieces together. Suddenly, Lizzie's reaction the previous day made perfect sense. Yeah, whoever it was, they were dying. Probably the teacher. Just then, my terminal pinged with a new notification. Adjutant, this is Moxer, your most reliable helper, yeah? Her message ended with a cutesy cat emoji. I was just about to type a reply, when my eyes caught the next alert on the screen. 7 AM today, a brutal homicide occurred at the High Energy Research Institute in... Is it Frontline Town? Yeah, Frontline Town. Victim, Tia, head of the Quantum Sciences Lab. Prime suspect, Lizzie, probationary researcher at the same lab. Lizzie. Lizzie? Mate. What's this photo? The woman that he wants me to find is... It had been about an hour since I received that message. Instead of rushing straight to the crime scene, I used the time to take the necessary preparations and filed an official request of the Acropolis to allow us to step in. Because the moment I saw the photo, I knew this wasn't just about proving Lizzie's innocence anymore. This is also connected to our mission here. No matter what it took, we had to uncover the truth behind the murder. Like, we made it just in time. The charges had just been read when we stepped in, our objection throwing the Hall of Truth into sudden disarray. Both sides of the jury gallery erupted in hushed murmurs.
一体どうするつもりですか？
発言を繰り返すつもりはございません。
しかし、弁護と捜査の引き継ぎなど、そんな通達は一切来ておりません。
Why is the arbiter, I assume like the judge equivalent, so like shy and confident?
では、これで知りましたよね。この件に関する引き継ぎの手続きも済ませましたので、じきに上層部から公表されますし、私たちの資料も後に送付されるでしょう。
それはちょっと。
ねえ、ひどいよ。ちゃんと捜査もしないで理事が犯人だと決めつけるなんて。公正を重んじて真理至上主義だったアクロポリス学院がこんなことしていいの？いいの？いいの？
待ってください。捜査は厳正に行われましたとも。真相がすでに判明した事件なのに、まさに公正のためにこうして審理しているのですから。事件が発覚した時に現場には被告人と被害者しかいませんでしたし、凶器には被告人の指紋だけが付着しておりました。何より。
どうして？
それは
Okay. My bad. So we've decided Lizzie's guilty just because it looks like a locked murder room.
推理小説
Locked room murder.
読んだ人であれば、事件がこんなにシンプルなはずがないと気づくでしょう。
現実の裁判でフィクションの論理を語るのはおかしいかなと思います。それに犯人ではなく最も有力な容疑者として交流しようとしてるだけですから。
Let me make this perfectly clear. There's no reason to treat her as a suspect at all.
その根拠は？
Because we have evidence that proves Lizzie is innocent.
証拠というのは？
That's right, decisive evidence from the academic Acropolis itself. We can prove that Lizzie is not the murderer. I'll let the words hang for a beat, then turn to the defendant's stand, meeting Lizzie's eyes with quiet, steady reassurance. Lizzie, I swear it on the very name of the academic Acropolis. I will prove your innocence. I wish we can present the evidence earlier.
素晴らしい意気込みですが、学院の名にかけられても。
真犯人を見逃して無実の人に罪を着せたら、怪我されるのはアクロポリス学院の名誉ですよね。
Lydia stood tall, sharp, commanding, and stunning as she spoke. Her gaze never wavered. Anyone who dared meet her eyes quickly looked away. After reviewing our credentials and verifying documents, the arbiter wiped a thin sheen of sweat from her brow and motioned for us to take our place at the defense bench.
その確認したところ、皆さんは学院から派遣された特別裁判員で間違いないようです。先ほどの審理中、予期せぬことが起こりました。ですのでこれより改めて審理を始めます。裁判員の皆さんに事件の詳細をお伝えするため、これより冒頭陳述を再度行います。冒頭陳述をしっかり確認の上、公平に審理にご参加ください。
Music reminds me of Danganronpa.
それでは捜査報告書を提示します。
The on-site investigation report is as follows. June 16th, 7:13 a.m., the body of the victim, Tia, was discovered in the Quantum Sciences lab. Autopsy results showed that Tia died of massive internal bleeding caused by multiple stab wounds. The estimated time of death is between 6 to 7 p.m. on June 15th. The body was discovered roughly 25 hours later. We know that this time of death lines up with what we've seen because we met Lizzie around 5:45 to 6:15, around that time, or like 7. I don't remember, but it's 5 to 7, sometime between 5 to 7. And you remember that we talked for about 15 minutes, and then Lizzie said she needed to leave, and that's when the potted plant started dying. The victim was found slumped over a workstation approximately 5 meters from the main security door to the lab, her finger resting on a concealed emergency button. Blue, green, red. Activation of the system deployed anesthetic, knockout gas, and fully sealed the security door. A second individual, Lily, was also found unconscious at the scene, having inhaled the knockout gas released by the lab security system. So, from what we know, is that possibly. So let's recap. Around, what's the name? Let's call it a victim. The victim was probably in a fight with someone. Perhaps gotten stabbed before or after activating the security system. That's why she was knocked out. And also was dying, of course. And as the door opened up, or as she walked in, the anesthetic knocked Lizzie out as well. We'll need to look again further. Note, the murder weapon tested positive for the victim's blood and the defendant's fingerprints. No other prints were detected. I mean, you can put on a glove and use the knife and no one would know.
被告に静粛にむやみな発言は控えてください。
He got knocked out.
皆さん、捜査報告書をお読みになられましたね。それでも我々の判断が間違っていると思いますか?
I slowly turned away from Lizzie and raised my first question. Can you confirm if anyone else entered or exited the lab at the estimated time of death?
それはないのですが、当時監視カメラは点検中だったため、他人が出入りしたかどうかは確認できません。
Very convenient.
ちょうどその時にそんな偶然あるのかな?
It's possible the killer knew about this and, utilized that downtime.
信じがたいのはわかりますが、事実なのです。それから決まった時間帯で行われた定期点検なので、誰かが故意に監視カメラを壊したわけではありません。
では、利用される可能性はありますね。
Yep, exactly.
おっしゃる通りですが、現段階の証拠では被告人以外の人の容疑を立証できません。
We were at a standstill, but I had no intention of letting this bog us down. Second question, are you certain this was a locked room crime scene? Surely you didn't just assume the emergency button was pressed because the victim's finger happened to be resting on it.
それに関してはこちらで一度検証しました。現場はミドリスさん、どうぞ前へ。現場の第一発見者として証言を正直に伝えてください。わかりました。
We also have to assume that the testimony and also the report wasn't tampered with, or someone was lying. Under both my and Vidya's watchful gaze, a woman named Doris stepped up to the stand. She gave us a wary glance, then, voice trembling, began to speak. He does not need this clipboard.
今朝の7時頃に、私、いつものように研究室に来ました。そして、自分の ID カードでドアを開こうとしたら、どうしても開かなくて。
One thing already. He said, just like always. If by always you mean like every day of the week, then you were supposed to be at the lab yesterday, like the day of the murder. And if the time of death was 6 to 7, you would be there.
ていたんです。最初は邪魔されたくないから先生が施錠したのかと思って先生に通信をかけたりメッセを送ってみたりしました。でも一向に返事が来なくて変だなって思い始めて、だから警備の方を呼んでドアを強引に開けてもらいました。そしたら部屋の中には机に突っ伏している先生とその近くの床に倒れている理事ちゃんが、あとは調査報告書に書かれてる通り先生がでも私理事ちゃんが犯人だなんて信じたくありません。
That's an opinion. That's not what happened.
先生の死にはきっと他に事情があると思います。
But I do
裁判員の皆さん
like that she's like rooting for Lizzie.
きっと証明してくれますよね。
We only have an alibi for Lizzie, but we don't have evidence or like traces of who the true killer is. We can only dismiss the what's the word? The charges on Lizzie. And also like Lizzie had like 13 charges. Like what the fuck?
分析ドリス本当に悲しそうだぞ。イチェルにはわかる。
Yes. I give a small nod. This girl too called Tia her advisor. Clearly, she and Lizzie had been students under the same mentor.
証人証言を繰り返すだけで結構ですよ。判決は本官と裁判員の方たちでしかるべき判断を行いますので、事件に関する内容で他に補足する内容はありますか？
いいえ、これ以上は何も。
では裁判員の皆さん、経緯を聞いたので事件に対する大体の判断ができたと思いますが、いかがですか？
I bet you don't grasp the situation. It's clear someone deliberately created this locked room scenario with the intent of framing Lizzie.
その通りです。
The arbiter had begun to nod in visible relief, clearly expecting my agreement, only to freeze mid-motion as the actual meaning of my words sank in.
あなた、その発言はちょっと。
大胆でも証拠のない妄言でもありません。
Before I could speak again, Vidya coldly cut her off.
先ほどの分析員さんの言葉を覚えていますか？文句のつけようのない証拠を皆さんにお見せしますと。
That's not what I said.
あらかじめお伝えしますが、本官は権力などに屈しません。物理的に本官を黙らせるつもりなら、断固拒否です。
Yeah, she sounds afraid for some reason. If you're not afraid, then maybe you should stop clutching your own head like that. I sighed inwardly and shook my head. Clearly, our traumatic entrance earlier had left quite the impression. But no matter. We indeed possess key evidence that could clear Lizzie's name. To clear her name, the logic is simple. I only need to prove one thing. Yeah, this is our best bet. Exactly. There's no need to unravel the locked room setup, or chase after a victim. If I can prove that Lizzie physically couldn't have committed the murder, her name would be cleared. That's the heart of it.
分析員さん、すべてを決める証拠はとっくに私たちの手にありますね。
Hold on, huh? Vidya and I exchanged a glance. The evidence we're presenting is this. What? I get this, not the water bottle.
これは
You recognize it, don't you?
アクロポリス学院が開発したものですね。そうだ、アクロポリス学院の。
The arbiter does not represent the academia, so.
資料ではアクロポリス学院生命科学院が開発したものだって書かれてるよ。登録番号 YXS9543。1年くらい前に開発。 画の時に取れたての血液で水やりをすると血の持ち主の生命力と連動するようになる代物だね。連動した人間が死ぬとこの草はたちまち枯れちゃうんだってね。
A very convenient plot device, though. Like, why would someone need this plant? Like, especially why Lizzie would need one of the professor.
その生命草もしかして。
その通り。この草は被害者と連動済みです。
Yeah, but how do we know it's linked to the victim and not
あなたたち
anyone
が
else?
発明したものですから。
Or like anything
検証の
else?
仕方はあなたたちの方が詳しいのでは。それに証拠はこの生命草だけではありません。
That video flicked open a projection screen. Footage appeared in the air before us, a recording from yesterday afternoon when we ran into Lizzie. This footage was retrieved just before we arrived at the Hall of Truth, pulled from the Acropolis surveillance network using high-level clearance.
皆さん、この監視カメラの映像をご覧ください。私たちと出会った時から理事さんは生命草の鉢植えを持っていました。
しかも生命草はまだ元気ですね。
ですが数分後、映像に表示された時間によると6月15日の午後6時12分に草は枯れました。
ということは
理事さんと私たちが話している間に被害者が死んだことになります。6月15日の午後6時12分こそが被害者の本当の死亡時間です。そしてこの映像で理事さんは被害者を殺した犯人ではないことが立証されました。
Also, it's not hard to steal someone's fingerprint. It's quite easy, even if in like modern day technology. But now there's only one verdict left to deliver. Lizzie is... That is not how a real court goes, so, you know. It's dramatic, sure, but like that is not how a real court case, what's the word? Like it's actually carried out. Onward, a proper crime scene sweep is essential. June 16th, 11:12 a.m. How do you actually say this? I rarely I rarely talk about the time in English. Let me think. 11, like a quarter past 11? Like roughly that. We arrived at the High Energy Research Institute. The ruling at the Hall of Truth was behind us. Once he presented the decisive evidence, Lizzie's name was cleared without delay. The Acropolis examined the Zoe first, verifying that it had been bound to Miss Tia, and that its withering was indeed caused by her death. Okay, so I guess, you know, they did say they have a method of verifying, but they didn't say that it was confirmed. With the prime suspect cleared, the trial came to a grinding halt. To move forward with the case, we'd need new leads and fresh evidence. That was exactly why we were here. Still, I couldn't help but recall something Professor Fidia had said back on the aircraft. Well, there's bound to be some corruption everywhere. We missed last words, huh? I glanced around instinctively, but Fridia was nowhere in sight. After the verdict, she'd exchanged a few words with Lizzie, and then left her with her for a temporary lab setup. Before she went, she flashed me a confident smile and promised that... A what? Promised a surprise. So for now, I continue on with only Vidya in Echel. But just as we stepped into the corridor... Uh-oh, Stinky. A shrill alarm blared on repeat, echoing down the hallway. Echel scowled, flashing her sharp little fangs as she looked around in annoyance. Just then, Doris, who'd been following close behind, rushed forward and quickly disabled the alarm at the corridor entrance. Since Lizzie had left to Phrygia, we'd asked Doris to assist with the site investigation.
ごめんなさい。
What triggered the alarm?
このフロアの安全装置が作動しちゃったんです。出入りする人をスキャンして危険な武器と道具を感知したら鳴り出すんです。
It did say, like earlier, it was mentioned that the security was like under maintenance, like scheduled maintenance. So whoever the killer was, assuming they brought a puncturing weapon, then you know, it could be ignored by the alarm system, by the detection system. Doris wore an uneasy, almost apologetic look. ... Rita and I exchanged an awkward glance. I cleared my throat and turned back to Doris. As security specialist, it's reasonable for us to carry a few, you know, predictive tools, wouldn't you say?
はい、もちろんです。
He nodded rapidly, clearly flustered.
ついてきてください。先生の研究室はこちら。
At the mention of Miss Tia, Doris' mood visibly sank. Echel had already evaluated Doris's grief, and by all appearances, it was genuine, so it's not her. For someone not great at socializing, Echel's instincts were razor sharp. She could read people better than most. Or at least, it's not Doris's, you know, current personality, assuming she has a split personality or something. Still, we couldn't rule Doris out. Real grief or not, she was the one who found the body first.
分析員さん、あの安全装置がずっと稼働していたのなら、外から武器をこのフロアに持ち込めないということになりますよ
Again,
ね。
the security was under maintenance. Thea, who'd been deep in thought since the alarm went off, turned to me.
つまり、凶器は元からこのフロアにあったものなんでしょうか。
Possible. Exactly, and because of that system, the killer couldn't sneak it back out, so it likely left it behind. So yeah, which was the thing that had the fingerprints. Back at the Hall of Truth, we've been only given a preliminary version of the investigation report. It mentioned the victim had been stabbed with a sharp object, but the exact murder weapon still hasn't been identified. That's odd. So it's likely to be one of the focuses of this investigation. Maybe it's something that is like under development, like it's, you know, part of the research, so they can't just say it out loud what it was. Let's say, but like a document. Soon we reached the lab entrance. On our way down the corridor, I caught a glimpse of the floor's emergency exit map. There were 3 labs on this level: Titan Sciences, Quantum Sciences, and Life Sciences. Tia, Lizzie's advisor, had been head of the Quantum Sciences lab. These are the only 3 labs on this floor.
はい。
We stopped in front of the Quantum Sciences lab and pulled out her ID card.
待ってください。このドア、確か証言で。
Maybe it's locked from the inside and that's why it couldn't be opened from the outside.
邪魔されたくないから先生が施錠したのかと思って
Or it just wasn't locked.
先生に通信をかけたりメッセを送ったり
Isn't locked.
しました。でもだから警備の方を呼んでドアを強引に開けてもらいました。はい。確かに今朝警備の方にドアを開けてもらいました。でもその後すぐに新しいドアに交換されました。
That makes sense. The door probably totally broke. That's a remarkably fast turnaround.
それに
Ah, my eyes. We saw beep. The door stood open as Doris swiped her card. What greeted us inside was unseemly pristine. So the crime scene probably got like cleaned around this room, so we can't find evidence.
これって現場がきれいさっぱり清掃されちゃってますよ。おー、イチェルの部屋よりもきれいだぞ。
That raises a suspicion. Either the killer is affiliated with, you know, the people who like sanitation, or either is affiliated with the higher ups. Room's never really that messy. I tidy it up behind your back all the time. Suppressing the urge to say that out loud, I turned toward Doris, frowning.
それは
We fought to keep her voice steady, grief flickering behind her eyes.
先生が亡くなりましたが、研究を止めるわけにはいかない。
Couldn't stop for a single day?
だからすぐに研究が再開できるように、昼前に学院が急ぎで現場の清掃を行いました。あ、もちろん清掃の前にこのフロアの環境はすべてスキャン。
Okay, we can use both this room and the archive then.
端末からアクセスすればいつでも現場を復元できますので、調査には影響しません。
Her answer eased my concern. T's intel had already raised more than a few red flags. Whatever lay behind Miss Tia's death, I couldn't help but suspect it would somehow lead to Edda.
ああ、それからエッタの件でいろいろ助かるかもしれないから、学園に着いたらまずこの人を探してみるといいともおっしゃってました。
The fact that Miss Tia was killed right as I arrived, it felt way too convenient to be a coincidence. And if we'd found this crime scene completely wiped clean before our investigation had begun, it would have looked like a lot of cover-up, one orchestrated from the very top. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thankfully, that wasn't the case. I took a breath, collected my thoughts, and scanned the room. Before we pull up the case files, let's do a basic sweep of the lab.
分析員さん、ここの操作は私に任せてください。
Pushing her glasses up with quiet confidence, Vidya walked straight to the lab bench, all focus. I remembered what she'd said on the aircraft about sharpening her detective skills with mystery novels. Now she finally had a chance to put them to use. Alright then, I'll let her take the point this time. I'll back her up.
僕も手伝うぞ。怪しいものを探せばいいんだよね。
Gabriel had something to do, and of course, I wasn't just about to stand around. I moved over to Vidya's side, ready to help with the search.
分析員さん、これを見てください。
She'd already found something. Waving a slim booklet in her hand, she passed it over. A day planner.
はい。被害者の昨日のスケジュールです。
That helps. June 15th, meetings, 8 a.m., Doris. 8:30 a.m., Maon. 11 a.m., Neon. 5 p.m., Doris. 7 p.m., Lizzie. Two names stood out, ones we hadn't encountered before. Maon and Neon. Who are they?
マオさんとネオンさんはうちの先生と同格で、それぞれタイタン物質開発研究室と生命科学研究室の責任者です。
He died on June 15th at like 6:12 a.m., right? Then wouldn't Doris be supposed to find her on the same day? Like 2 hours after she died? Did she ever mention what those meetings were about?
ここまではちょっと。
Why is she smiling?
あまりそういう話をしてくれないので。でも、この前先生がいなくなったのと関係あるんじゃないかとは思います。
His appearance.
はい。実はこの前、先生は誰にも言わず、急にどこかへ行って、一時期音信不通になっていたのです。せっかく戻ってこられたのに、こんなことになるなんて。
分析員さん、彼女が失踪していたのは身の危険を感じたからでは。
Knew something about the Titans and Edda, so. I nodded. Vidya and I were clearly thinking along the same lines. Maybe Miss T had sensed danger and went into hiding to protect herself, but then why come back, knowing the risk? Was it to help me? Please stop giving us flashbacks, game. We don't need them. if that's true, then I owe it to her to uncover the truth, no matter what it takes. Echo's lively voice jolted me from my thoughts. Did you find something, Echo? We pointed at a large crate sitting on one of the tables. It gave off a faint glow, with a giant exclamation mark painted across the front, practically shouting danger. I assume it's that. Truth to be told, I noticed it the moment we entered the lab, but it looked so obviously suspicious I figured it couldn't possibly be relevant, so I left it for later. But now that Echo had brought it up, I figured I might as well take a closer look. Miss Doris, do you know anything about this crate? I know Morph Curios. A tree. Are these changes permanent? Maybe that's a blessing in disguise. I could only imagine the chaos of these objects with powers like that were to spread unchecked across the world. Still, I couldn't help wondering, was this phenomenon unique to the tree in Velocia? Or did all trees out there carry the same hidden potential, just waiting to awaken? Lydia adjusted her glasses with a hint of wonder, but the next moment, her sharp gaze suddenly snapped toward Doris. I don't want to know what's today's item. I don't know what was the item. Lydia just freshly adjusted glasses nearly slipped down her nose. It's Kirby. Once the effect ends, something like that were ever deployed on the battlefield. I shrugged the thought from my mind and refocused. Lydia pressed on.
番号についてる YX はマーベルズ、YXS は派生仕様を意味します。生命草はマーベルズの研究で得た副産物といいますか、とにかく核因は生体実験なんて恐ろしいこと。
Plant is a living being.
なるほど、理解しました。
These curios couldn't be used on a large scale, but the Acropolis had still managed to extract valuable technologies through studying them. Still, something Doris had said earlier stuck in my mind. Miss Doris, you mentioned that the rice cooker was today's item. Does that mean the contents of this case were swapped out daily?
はい。研究で使うと変異を失うので、使用済みのマーベルズは汚染エリアの研究基地に送り返されます。
Then what was yesterday's item?
そこでもう一度汚染にさらして変異を回復させるんです。
So they're deliberately setting objects into the containment section, contaminated section, to let them absorb ptytogen contamination, and then retrieving them for study. It's hard to know what to make of that. Ever since the trees first appeared, a race in tree-focused research had been ongoing all over the world, and yet Brazil had certainly been part of that race as well. At least the Acropolis submitted itself to working with non-living matter, that much stayed within ethical bounds. So, what's the transport procedure for these curios? When do they usually arrive and depart?
決まった移送時刻はだいたい毎朝の9時ですね。そこで金庫内に入ってるマーベルズを取り替えます。移送作業は全部タイタン物質開発研究室が担当しています。
So, it might involve two curios then, because the swap is at 9 a.m. but the time of death was 6.
マーベルズが現れたのもそこの皆さんのおかげですから。
Hold on. If the rice cooker can suck in items and then release them after the effect ends, then the murder weapon could be hidden inside it as well. However, like hidden inside it to bring it in and out of the lab. Like, for example, like maybe 2 weeks ago, the murderer put the weapon in, and then, you know. I see. The Life Sciences Lab, Titan Sciences Lab, both were now targets in our investigation. Suddenly, the corridor alarm blipped to life again.
なんだこれは。ああ、フロアの警報器ですね。フリティア先輩、もしかして何かヤバいもの持ってるの？
Gun.
あはは、そうなんだ。まあ、細かいことは気にしないでよ。つまりは、持ってるよ。昔の私も理事みたいに学問一筋だったけど、ユードラシルに入ってからは百戦錬磨なんだから。ちょっとだけ危ないものを持ち歩いててもおかしくないでしょ。
The voices were getting closer, and before long, they reached their lab entrance.
分析員、来たよ。一番大事な捜査段階に乗り遅れてないよね。
Just in time. Do you run all the way here? You holding up okay?
安心しなって。今のフリティア先生はドトーに着替えてるから、ちょっと走っただけじゃ全然問題ないよ。私もいるよ、分析員お兄ちゃん。
Lizzie. Bringing the energy back in her voice, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. But then a completely unexpected voice chimed in.
私もいますよ、分析員お兄ちゃん。
That. What is that thing? I rubbed my eyes, Vidya and Achel clutching my arms on either side. And there, following behind Vidya and Lizzie, was a... Okay, I have no idea what this thing is. Vidya stood tall with her hands on her hips, chest puffed out, and let out a smug little hum through her nose.
気づいた？びっくりしたでしょ？フリティア先生と理事が一緒に開発した。はじめまして、 自動販売機の自販庫です。
Huh.
違う。
Did they repurpose the machine then?
何か飲みませんか？言っておきますが、は絶対にないですからね。
Dot dot dot.
ちょっと待って。変だな。自販機のプログラムは消したはずなのに。分析？違うからね。確かに自販機だったけど、時間がなかったから身近なものから改造するしかなかったの。だが、もう自販機と全くの別物になっているからね。1000万件もの判例を入れて AI システムまで書き換えて完全に生まれ変わったの。そうそう、フリティア先輩すっごく天才な
Like detective robot or something?
宇宙一激烈スーパー有能
Okay, fuck that.
真実はいつも一つそれを見つけてみせる自動調査機。
Dot dot dot. She rushed through the absurd name in one breath and then gasped for air, as her bright, excited voice suddenly caught with a wave of sorrow and determination.
これで真実を見つけよう。先生を殺した真犯人をね。
Don't worry, we're already on that path. Offered her a steady reassurance. She clenched her fists and nodded with quiet resolve.
それじゃあ宇宙一激烈スーパー有能
And she forgot the name.
とにかくなんとか調査機の使い方を今から説明するね。
Despite being the one who named it, Frida clearly hadn't committed to the whole mouthful of memory. She stumbled halfway through.
判例を AI にいっぱいぶち込んだ上で学院ロードしてきたよ。だから分析員は自販機の投影するホログラムから自由自在に現場を調査できるんだ。それから現場を投影で再現するとき、私が作ったプログラムは分析の補助をしたり、よく調べた方がいいところをまるで囲んだりするの。
This is 3D, I just noticed.
AI が事件に関する重大な手がかりを見つけたら赤文字の印を置くようになってるんだ。
Is this like an actual like mini game mode?
ま、説明するだけじゃわからないよね。簡単だから
Maybe it's part of the event.
試してみて。
When he spoke, Frida gave the detective bot a few encouraging pats.
自動調査機調査モード起動。パチャリプログラム起動中です。君もきっと誰かのお日様ポカポカヘッド。違う。広告を流さなくていいから早く調査モードになって。プログラムを起動する前に広告を流すのは私の基本設定になっております。広告を飛ばすにはメンバーシップに加入してください。初期化するときにシステムの基本設定を変え忘れたみたいで、とりあえずこれで我慢するしかないね。後で時間が取れたらプログラムを書き直すから。分析員さん、本当に使っても大丈夫ですか？
While Frida busied herself fiddling with the bot's interface, Frida leaned in and tugged gently at my sleeve.
分析、イチェル、ポカポカヘッドが飲みたい。
It's Mountain Dew. At the same time, Etchel tugged on my jacket from the other side. I'll get you some later, Etchel. I gave her a gentle pat on the head, then turned back to Vidya. Let's put our faith in Vidya's and Dizzy. Yeah, it looks a bit sketchy, but something tells me it's going to help us more than we expect. After about 15 seconds, just long enough for the ad to finish, the robot finally booted up properly.
パチャリ調査モードロード中。環境データを読み込みます。量子科学研究室。おー、なんか出た。
でもこの投影、今とあんまり変わらないような。
これは私が特別に設計した見比べ調査モードだよ。怪しいなぁと思ったところをこうして指でポチッと押せば
So it's a point and click.
情報が出てくるんだよ。
Alright, let's give it a try. Okay, we can look around. I want to investigate the curio first. To stabilize the volatile properties of the quantum-type curios, this storage unit is reinforced with advanced isolation technology. Items stored within retain their anomalous properties with minimal decay. Note, stored item on June 14th. Rice cooker. Stored item on June 15th. Observer's blade. Removed and transferred on June 16th at 9 AM. For detailed anomaly on Observer's blade and rice cooker, please consult the respective lab's lead research and authorized staff member. If unavailable, contact the Titan Sciences Lab supervisor.
登録番号 YX111 の観測の刃ですね。このマーベルスの特徴は何ですか？
それは私にもよくわかりません。
よくわからない？
Huh.
リリアさん、急にそんな怖い話し方、やめてください。嘘じゃないんです。私、ただのヒラ研究員ですから、マーベルズなら何でも知ってるわけじゃ。大体の研究は先生一人で進めていたので、詳しさで先生に勝る人はいませんよ。でも、タイタン物質開発研究室の方に調査に役立つ研究報告書が見つかるかもしれないと思います。完成したマーベルズの研究報告書は最終的にそこへ送ることになっていますので。
The stores, mind if I ask something as well?
どうぞ。
How exactly is the case opened?
金庫ならパスワードで解錠するか自動解錠するまで待つしかないですね。
Automatically.
はい。研究または移送の時間帯になると自動的に解錠するように設定されています。
So the case is opened and the item is swapped out rather than the whole case being moved.
研究をする時間帯は毎日午前10時から12時、午後2時から4時の間で、その間には研究員なら自由に金庫を開けられます。移送の場合は毎日午前9時から9時10分ですね。その時間帯以外での解錠はパスワードが必要です。
So it's possible that the observer's blade is not the murder weapon. And who knows the password?
パスワードを知っているのは金庫の管理責任者だけです。
So the supervisor, the assigned supervisor is the likely murdered then.
パスワードを変えたいなら学院に申請届を出すとか大変な手続きをたくさんしないといけません。
But aside from those brief windows, only the supervisor can open it.
はい。
ああ、そういえば確かこの金庫って中に入ってるものを写真で記録する機能があったような。昨日入ってたのは確か反則の刃だっけ？
ええ、金庫に入れられたマーベルズは移送するときに写真を撮ることになってるんです。
That would help if it's the murder weapon.
マーベルズが届いたときに状態記録として撮り、移送前に盗難と紛失がもう一回撮るんです。
We can access the photos of the observer's plate now.
やってみるね。写真見るだけならパスワードなしでもいけるはずだし。あった！分析員お兄ちゃん！これは今日の午前9時、マーベルズの移送前に撮った写真だね。
The image flickered into view, a small blade-like object wrapped entirely in a pale yellow cloth. Looks like a dagger under there, but it's hard to make out any real detail. I'm wondering.
これってずっと布がかぶったままですか？
Maybe it voiced the same thought that
そうなりますね。私が初めてこのマーベルズを見た時も布がかぶってました。
マーベルズは特殊な方法で保管しなきゃいけないケースもあるみたい。反則の刃にとって布がその方法なのかもね。なるほど。昨日の記録も見せてもらえますか？
It's white now.
待ってください。この布、
Or it was white.
今日の写真に写ってるのと違いませんか？布って毎日変えないといけないのですか？
さあ、それは。先生が昔これの研究をしていた時も適当な布切れをかぶせてた気がします。
なんだ
That's
か怪しいですね。
hmm.
このマーベルスの特徴をもう少し知れればいいのですが。
We get those once we speak with the Titan Sciences Lab. I guess this is like done. Can you check the table? Nope. Robot thing? Yep. Developed by the Quantum Sciences Lab, this unit was designed for brain-machine interface control, allowing the user to operate through neural signals. When linked to a dedicated transmission device, the robot can be directed purely by thought. Due to limitations in current tech and materials, mass production remains unfeasible. Status: operational. No, last activation June 15th, 5:50 p.m. Remained active until battery depletion. Note: system was booted, but no record of physical movement detected.
この調査機、結構物々しいですね。これを使えば簡単に犯行を行いますし、研究室に入らない前提で現場を密室にすることも可能でしょう。
That's what I thought.
それに、最後に起動されたのは6月15日の午後5時50分。
It's PM. That's
事件が起きた時と近いですね。ですが、調査機が動いた痕跡はありませんね。そういえばフリティア先生、この調査機の起動ログ、信憑性はありますか？一回確認したんだけど、書き換えられた痕跡はなかったよ。なら、ただその瞬間まで研究をしていただけでしょうか。被害者の死によって電源を切ることができなかったとか。
Dot. Could this robot really have been used for remotely completing the murder and staging a fake crime scene? But yeah, that's another relevant evidence. We check the server racks. The Quantum Sciences Lab's dedicated server unit. It runs continuously, generating a steady stream of heat into the room. Nothing unusual detected before or after the incident. So I guess yellow is like interacted with but nothing of use. Green is like interacted and has something of use. We check this plant here. Found a green plant inside the lab. In this cold, sterile environment, it's the only thing offer a hint of life. A quiet sense of comfort. Nothing unusual detected before or after the incident. Pick up specialized equipment used in the Quantum Sciences Lab. This unit is there to link to the neural control robot. At first glance, something seems out of place. At first glance is the keyword. This equipment.
この装置で意識疎通をとって、あの調査機を操作するみたい。特におかしいところはないかも。おかしいぞ。
What is it, actual?
行ってみたかっただけ。
Dot.
分析、今のイチェル、かっこよかっただろ？
It'd be cooler if it actually meant something. Sure, definitely. 分析員さん、被害者の遺体はここにありましたね。発見時、この椅子に座って機材の場所に突っ伏していたようです。どうやら審理長で説明された通り、被害者の指は机に設置された安全ボタンに置かれていたようです。But that's why the case was classified as a locked-room murder. Even when we first saw the crime scene photos, something felt off. There's more than one button here, isn't there? ボタンの役目も調べておいたよ。左から麻酔ガス、ドアロック。被害者の指が置いていたのは麻酔ガスとドアロックの一括ボタンだね。これを押せば2つの安全装置が同時に作動するってわけ。 Omoshiroi.
密室を解く鍵はこのボタンと関係があるのでしょうか。やっぱり拉致が開きませんね。何かが足りないようです。
ここにもう少し情報があるよ。こっちを見てみて。
And my eyes, victim report. Name Tia, time of death June 15, 6:12 p.m. Updated. The victim was found slumped over a workstation located approximately 5 meters from the security door. Her fingers resting on a concealed emergency button. I wonder if it's possible to go out of the security door before she pressed the emergency button. 4 deep stab wounds to the chest were found. The lungs and heart were severely damaged, cause of death, internal trauma, and massive blood loss. Forensics confirmed the wounds match a specialized dissection scalpel found at the scene. Dissection scalpel. Why would a dissection scalpel be in the lab if they don't, have living beings to experiment on? The scalpel is believed to be the murder weapon. Aside from the wounds and bloodstains on her clothing, no significant blood traces were found at the scene. Why were Lizzie's prints on the scalpel then? Then why was Lizzie's prints on the scalpel then if it's not from her lab? So the murder weapon originated from the life sciences lab.
そうだけど、生命犬の人に聞いてみたら、誰かにこっそり持ち出されたかもって言ってたよ。
こっそり持ち出されたですか。メスの出所は後で生命科学研究室に詳しく聞いてみましょう。
Between the buttons and a scalpel, a few other things in this report also stood out. I don't know if there's anything else. Four. Foot projection popped up as Eshel eagerly poked the screen with her finger. Signs of a struggle. Did they?
地面にはそんなに血痕がついてませんよ。それに被害者の傷からすると現場が綺麗すぎます。何か特別なもので清掃したんですかね。
それはないと思うよ。現場には有機溶剤を使った痕跡が見当たらなかったし。
Right scuff mark. Okay, that's all the evidence we can find. After wrapping up the crime scene investigation, I noticed Vidya standing still, her eyes unfocused, clearly deep in thought. Vidya, did something click?
分析員さん、さっきから明らかに変なものがあると思います。
Yeah, I've been feeling it too. I already had my suspicions. The question was, had Vidya picked up on the same thing? What do you
わかりました。分析員さん。つまり、あの傷は死後にできたものです。
Interesting.
死後、心臓が止まるので、刺されても血液が噴き出すことはありません。被害者の死因は他にあると思います。
Yeah, that's a really useful bit of information. August fire. How many? I think we'll end the stream about like halfway through because I don't think we can clear the whole chapter. It's been 2 hours already, and we're only like what, like 1/3 of the way. Yeah, let's see. There's like 15, I think. Progress 7. Well, I guess we'll clear progress 4. Dig deeper. The truth awaits. We might do some like other stuff before we end the stream though, so don't worry. He glanced at Lizzie and hesitated before finishing. Good. I nodded. If we could uncover the actual cause of death, we'd be one step closer to cracking the case. Let's keep moving on our end too. Now that the crime scene had been fully combed through, it's time to check the other 2 labs. Just as that thought crossed my mind, my eyes landed on the odd-looking detective bot. It had been quietly cataloging all the evidence the entire time, making our work surprisingly efficient. But yeah, Lizzie. This thing you two built has been a huge help. You're 5'3", you're short too. There wasn't a hint of exaggerated flattery in her tone, only pure sincerity. Agreed, absolutely amazing, Professor Fidia. I chimed in, agreeing wholeheartedly. Just then, I felt a tug of the hem of my coat. I turned to find Etchel sidling up beside me, not sliding. Her cheeks puffed out in the cutest little pout. Yosh yosh, Etchel, you're amazing too. Fidia scratched her head, caught off guard, but then, as if she remembered something else, her eyes lit up and she turned back to me. Testimony analyzer. Like? That's the important part. Well, that's out the window. Really can seriously do that. He's gonna say like, I love the Adjutant or I hate the Adjutant or something. Interview started. I paused to think for a beat, then turned to Etchel, who was watching with wide, curious eyes. Etchel, did you finish your veggies this morning like I told you? Could be a lie. Etchel glared daggers at the machine, puffing up in outrage. Sure. I quickly pulled Etchel in my arms before she could throw a punch at the bot. Whether or not it was actually malfunctioning was debatable, but if her fist connected, it'd definitely be out of commission. Uh-oh, Stinky.
なこと聞くんですか？
Lydia tensed, and so did I, even as I kept trying to calm Etchel down.
聞いてみただけだよ。リディアが「はい」って答えたら測定モードの実力を証明できるから。私は確かに。
Kept flipping her fake glasses, cheeks turning red about a second. Ahem, Frida.
大丈夫ですから、ブズキンさん。答えてみせません。
I'd been about to jump in and bail her out, but suddenly Frida straightened her back, bit her lip, and looked at the robot with fierce determination. Then, in a rapid-fire mumble that was almost impossible to catch,
ブズキンさんと一緒に戦っただけです。
when the words left her mouth, an odd calm settled over her, like she'd ripped off a bandage.
真実です。やっぱりちゃんと機能してるね。それにしてもさっきのビディア。
That's on purpose.
すごく早口だったね。ほぼ聞き取れなかったよ。そうですか。
Her blush had crept all the way down her neck. Figured it was time to serious conversation elsewhere. Well, now that we know it works, let's go gather some testimony. Although, Etchel, next time you're finishing your veggies, got it?
今度はちゃんと食べるから。
To collect some testimony, we circled back to Miss Torres.
証言をもう一度ですか？
よければ、今回は思いつく限り、どんな細かいことでもいいので補足しておいてください。
And if it's alright with you, I'd like to ask you a few follow-up questions about yesterday.
昨日のこと。
スケジュールによると、あなたは被害者と2回も会っていますよね。その2回で何かおかしなことはありましたか？
それは。
トリス先輩、本当にお願い。先輩の証言で先生を殺した犯人が見つかるかもしれないんだよ。
わかりました。6月14日、先生から翌日に学院に戻るとの連絡が来ました。
So she knows that she's coming back.
そこで約束通り、朝の8時に研究室へ行ったら、先生は研究室の中で私を待っていました。最初は先生とちょっとだけ世間話をしました。どうして連絡取れなくなったのかって聞いても、何も教えてくれませんでした。そして、先生に実験の申請の話をして、先生が快諾してくれたので、午後5時までに申請書を書き上げるから、また提出しに戻るって約束して、一旦帰ったのです。
So that's the explanation to why she has like a second meeting.
そしたら5時頃に、書き上げた申請書を手に研究室へ戻って、先生に手続きをしてもらいました。手続きがまさか、これが最後の別れだなんて。
As I spoke, the machine let out two sharp beeps. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed Lizzie, fists clenched tight, face tense with disbelief that Doris would lie. But I didn't call Doris out. Not yet. Thank you. That helps give us a chance. It gives us a clearer picture of the day. Why did I see chance? I guess I saw a C and then like a straight line. Now, can you walk us through what you saw the next morning when you discovered the scene?
実験申請が無事通ったから、早く実験を始めたいと思って、その翌日は早起きして研究室に来ました。だいたい7時10分ぐらいだと思います。その時、1回だけ端末を見た記憶があるので、それで ID カードを使ってドアを開けようとしたら、ロックがかかっていました。あとは警備の人を呼んで、ドアを破壊してもらいました。
Mind if I ask one more thing?
どうぞ。
Is the lab door only accessible with an ID card?
はい。もしくは、室内にいる誰かにドアを開けてもらうか、その2つですね。あの日は早めに着いたので、中に誰もいないと思って ID カードを使いましたが、開かなくて。
Is there any way to bypass the ID system and still get in?
一応ありますけど、結構大変な手続きをしなきゃいけませんね。だから、外から研究室のドアを開けられるのは基本。両試験の ID カードを持ってる人だけだと思います。それから、ドアは暴力による解錠行為があると、自動的にロックするようになっています。
How damaged? If you're saying, what if like, what if the, I have a feeling that the killer, after knocking out Lizzie, started the lockdown either by pushing, by like going out the door as it was closing, locking down, or that after they walked out, they like damaged the door somehow so that it locks down.
おおよそ10センチくらいの厚みがあるので、ロックがかかった状態で開けようとしたら、内部
Yeah, that's a really thick door.
ドアを完全に破壊しないといけません。
It's like a bit as thick as my thigh.
暴力による解錠行為でもロックするんですか？
はい。それがどうかしましたか？
ドリスさん、初めて現場に行った時、ドアに破壊された跡はありましたか？
ないと思いますが。
It wasn't visibly damaged.
言い切れますか？
はい。警備の人を呼ぶのには現場写真が必要なので、写真を撮っておきました。こちらを見てください。
進展があると思ったのに、また行き詰まったかもしれません。
We knew exactly what was weighing on Lydia's mind. If we could prove the door wasn't sealed by the emergency button, we might finally crack the locked room mystery. But Lydia, we've still got another lead to follow. I shot her an encouraging look. She took a breath and quickly gathered herself.
はい、わかりました、分析員さん。ドリスさん。
Her sudden intensity clearly startled Doris.
はい。
一つお聞きしたいことがあります。
はい。
どうして嘘をついたんですか？
嘘なんてついてません。
残念ながら、それも嘘ですね。トリス先輩、先生と会った日に一体何があったの？
リジちゃん、私は。
これ以上とぼけないでね。あなたの嘘はフリキア先生が開発した嘘発見システムの目をごまかせないから。
嘘発見システム。
I guess she wasn't like paying attention to our conversation earlier.
聞こえるあの音はそうだったんですね。ごめんね、リジちゃん。わざと隠してるわけじゃないの。ただ
あの日に起きた本当のことを教えてくれますか？
昨日久しぶりに先生と会えて本当に嬉しかったんです。でも先生はなんだか思い詰めた表情をしていました。 会ってすぐ、私が昔からずっと申請していた実験の話になりました。今まで何度も申請を出しましたが、私がまだまだ未熟だからって先生はうなずいてくれなかったんです。なのに昨日、先生からあの実験の話をしてくれました。これから指導できなくなっちゃうから、私に試させてもいいって。正直、あの時はまだ深く考えなかったのですが、午後に申請書を持って先生を訪ねたら、急に先生に理事の面倒を見てあげてって言われました。
She knew she was gonna die.
今思うと、まるで
遺言みたいじゃないですか。
はい、遺言ですよね。理事ちゃんが先生を殺したなんて考えたこともありません。でも密室の中ですし、もしかしたら私がもっと早く気づけたら。
トリス先輩、聞いて！先生は絶対に自殺なんかしないから。自殺する理由もないし、仮に自殺だとしても私たちを巻き込んだりしないはず。きっと誰かが先生を殺して、その後密室に偽装したんだと思う。だから自分を責めないで。先輩は十分に頑張ったから。これだけの情報があればきっと犯人を見つけ出せるはず。ここからは私たちに任せて。必ず真実を見つけ出すから。必ず。
Leaving the quantum sciences lab, I couldn't shake Doris's words from my mind. Final words. It confirmed what I had suspected all along. Miss Tia knew she was being targeted. Her disappearance hadn't been random. It was her way of outrunning death. And yet she came back to the Acropolis, fully aware of what was waiting for her here. She didn't say those things because she planned to die by her own hand. She said them because she knew exactly why she was going to die. She might have even known who would kill her. She saw the whole picture, and still, she chose to come back. Was it to try to meet me? Just like Tia had said, she discovered something that could help us take down Edda. But before she could pass it on, Edda found out, and made sure she never spoke again. If I'd only gotten here sooner. The thought pulled my gaze toward Lizzie on instinct. But before I could look, Fidget stepped in, gently blocking my view. She slipped her hand into mine, gripping tight. She didn't need to say a word. Just one look into those calm, clear eyes told me she understood. And she needed me to understand, too. I squeezed her hand in response, a silent answer to my deepest detective's determination. And with that, the hesitation and doubt clouding my thoughts vanished without a trace. What rose in its place was resolve, solid, unshakable, stronger than anything I'd felt ever since arriving in Philosophy. I'm not the type who'd wallow in sentimental stuff. A debt of gratitude will be repaid, a debt of blood avenged, tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. That was my mission now, and I wouldn't stop until it was done. June 16th, 11:23 a.m. We'd wrapped up the investigation at the Quantum Sciences lab and made our way to the Titan Sciences lab. The lab door was sealed shut, Just as Lucy was reaching for a terminal to call someone, a tall figure approached from the side.
あら、あなたたちは。
Her gaze swept over us, sharp, probing. A beat later, her tone shifted, cool and uncertain.
確か、今回の事件調査を担当する裁判員たちなのよね。
真央先生。
It is Maon.
理事もいるのね。
はい。先生を殺した犯人が見つからないままなんて納得できない。だから裁判員たちと一緒に真実を見つけたいんだ。
なるほどね。ティアもきっと嬉しいでしょう。学院から知らせが来てたから、もちろん調査に協力するわ。では、自己紹介するわね。タイタン物質開発研究室、タブ研の責任者、マオ。
Right hand tucked casually in her coat pocket, Maon stood with an unshakable calm. Not a flicker of unease showed on her face. If anything, she came across as sharp and steely.
圧の強い人だね。イチェル、なんか息苦しいよ。
Whispering under their breath, two crept closer behind me, as if seeking cover. But that pressure, it didn't faze Vidya or me in the slightest. Adjusting her glasses, Vidya stepped forward, meeting Maon's gaze head on.
では、真央さん、昨日の行動を教えてくれますか？
ここで話していいのかしら。
何か不便でも。
いいえ、ただてっきり、もっとプロフェッショナルな、せめて嘘発見器のある場所で
Well, we have one already.
あるかと思って。裁判員の皆さんがいいなら、もちろん今でも構わないわ。ただ、後でまた同じことを聞かないように。時間の無駄だもの。
時間の無駄が嫌いなのは私たちも同じです。
それはよかったわ。それじゃ、聞きたいのは事件当時にしていたことでいいわよね。
昨日一日中の行動について話してください。
一日中ね。
何か難しいことでも？
いいえ、ただ今思い出しているだけよ。確か。
I'm rubbing my eyes right now if it's like bugging out on the motion capture.
いや、おとといだわ。仕事の相談をしたいから、15日の午前8時30分に会う約束をしたの。まあ、一応私も多忙の身だから、話が終わった後はすぐに研究室に戻ったわ。その後はずっと、研究室で仕事を片付けていたの。そしたら午後4時30分くらいになって、外が騒がしかったから確認に行ったのよね。
騒がしい？
ええ。隣の生命圏で実験事故が起きたので。
Huh.
そこのネオンさんという人が怪我をして血を流してたから手当ての手伝いをしてあげたの。
昨日午後4時30分の出来事ですか？
ええ。騒がしくなった時に一度時計を見たのだけれど、ちょうどそれくらいだったのよ。
生命科学研究室の事故について詳しく教えてくれますか？
詳しい話は知らないけれど、確か研究用の変異生物が発狂して、それで噛まれたとかなんとか。
And what did we say about, them not experimenting with live beings?
大した傷じゃなかったようだし、学院の医療レベルならすぐに治るはずでしょう。詳しく知りたいなら彼女本人なさい。
後で聞いてみます。どうぞ続けてください。
その後、また研究室に戻ったわ。午後6時30分くらいまでずっと自分の仕事で忙しかったの。
その間、他に誰か研究室にいましたか？
ええ、6時までは。それ以降はみんな帰宅しているもの。
It's after work hours.
では、6時以降は何をしてましたか
？6時30分から始まるプレゼンのために準備をしていたのよ。
プレゼン？
学院の卒業生向けにタブ研について説明するプレゼンよ。うちの研究室は最近研究員を募集してるの。 午後の6時30分から8時30分まではずっとオンラインでプレゼンを。それが終わると退勤して帰宅したわ。
研究室から出るときに何か異常はありましたか？
特にいつも通りよ。昨日の行動はおおむねこの通りね。他に何か聞きたいことは？
Can you tell us what you and Mrs. Tia discussed that morning?
申し訳ないけど、学院の機密事項に関する話だから教えられないわよ。詳しく聞きたいなら権限を申請することね。
We might have to apply, but you know, we don't know if we need to. わかりました。
他に質問は？
I shook my head.
これから私の研究室を調べるんでしょ？準備ができたらいつでも始めていいわよ。
Right by my eyes, because my eyes, something is in my eye, but I can't tell what it is. It keeps like, you know.
クリティア先生の調査機もそう判断しましたよね。
So she didn't say any lies, but she didn't give much useful evidence either. The only bit of useful evidence was about the incident with the life sciences lab.
僕、気になることがあるけど、クリティアの調査機で嘘がわかるなら、人を殺したって聞けばよくないか？
Makes sense.
それはダメだから。さっき説明しそびれたけど、この調査機は血液が流れる速さと心拍数を測定して嘘を感知してるの。
It's possible that people can make a lie, but if they are like acting really normal, then you know, the system won't detect it.
言ったら誰でもギョッとする質問だと嘘は判別できなくなっちゃうから。だってよねって聞かれたら普通驚くじゃん。
I mean, I wouldn't.
正確率は 80% って言ったけど、残りの 20% はこういうケースが含まれてるから。それだけで結論を出したら大変なことになるよ。そんないい加減なやり方で。
It's a really good like explanation for people for like the lore and also like, you know, people who might wonder that.
そうですか。
それから嘘発見システムがあるって知られたら心の準備ができちゃ
Yeah,
う
that
し、
too.
そもそも感情を抑えながら答えることができる人なら嘘を言ったとしても気づかないんだ。
Reading this, Vidya's eyes widened in dismay. She slumped forward, cradling her head with both hands as she groaned softly.
そんなことができるんですか？
Well, yeah, she doesn't seem to be the type to be able to lie.
もっと早く知りたかった。
もっと早くって
その。
I don't know if I can lie without, you know, getting picked up by a lie detector. But at least if someone asked me if I killed someone, I wouldn't be, you know, too flustered. Seeing Vidya flounder dangerously close to outing herself, I stepped in to steer the conversation back on track. Even so, Vidya, your robot's already a huge help. We're never going to pin a murder on a single yes or no answer anyway. Its real value is flagging when someone's hiding something, helping us spot inconsistencies so we can zero in on hard evidence.
私もそう思うんだ。
Alright, let's not keep our opponent waiting. Time to roll.
自動調査機調査モード起動。調査モード起動します。アクロポリススペシャルジュース。サイズは S、M、L の3つ。
I guess for like Americans, it's medium, large, and
お
jumbo.
値段も40、80、180の3つ。
That is a really big jump.
ぜひお買い求めください。また広告だね。
I've been meaning to ask, does it actually have drinks inside?
あると思うよ。プログラムを書き換えただけで中身はまだ取り出してないから。
So we can get actual that Pikachu. In that case, I'll take one. Anyone else?
イチェルはポカポカエットで。
私は分析員さんと同じもので大丈夫です。
What about you, Lizzie?
私も分析員お兄ちゃんと同じの。
Bruh. Playful exchange cut the tension that had been coiling around us for hours. After a brief moment of levity, we turned our focus back to the Titan Sciences Lab and the investigation ahead. Hajime! I think the thing's out of my eye now, so I can put on my glasses again. Let's investigate these exosuits. Never fucking mind. This table? Nope. This table. Desk.
このパソコンを調べてもいい？
お好きにどうぞ。
怪しいファイルはないみたい。
待ってください、フリティア先生。何か見つけたかもしれません。
あれ？さっき見た時にはそんなフォルダはなかったはずだけど。
一度消された隠しフォルダですね。
そんなのも見つけられるの？
Yeah.
すごいね。
Even after you delete something off of your drives, or after, like even after a few months, a lot of it can be recovered still.
すごいというか慣れてるだけですよ。私もよくじゃなくて大事な資料を隠してますから。
So like erotica, I assume. Study materials.
セキンさん、いつからそこにいたんですか？
So you said you found something.
説明します。
Yo. No need. Flushing red, Vidya cupped her cheeks in both hands, trying to recover some composure.
中身を確認してみましょうか。
As Vidya opened the hidden file, a pre-recorded video projected itself onto the screen. This must be the orientation presentation, as Malin mentioned, the one promoting Titan Sciences Lab to graduating students. Although, why does the timestamp say it was recorded at 6:30 PM on June 14th? So she recorded it and then played it during the online session. I frowned, turning over the implications in my mind.
一昨日の録画をわざわざ消すなんて、まさか。そんなことをする意味がありません。被害者は午後6時から6時30分の間に死亡しました。この6時30分の録画でアリバイを作ろうとしても。
Exactly.
授業の録画がどうしたの？
Ah, just in time, Miss Malin. Can you explain this video?
何を説明するというのかしら。おととい、プレゼンの準備をしていた時に撮ったものよ。昨日この録画を流しちゃえば休憩が取れると一瞬思ったけど、やっぱり出来が悪かったから消したの。結局、昨日のプレゼンはそのままオンラインでやったのよ。その時の様子も録画しといたの。怪しいと思ってるなら見せて。
I studied Malin's calm and readable expression, then gave Vidya a subtle sign. She quickly pulled up the seminar footage from the previous day, and sure enough, it's noticeably different from the pre-recorded version. You can pre-record 2 versions. So, was that really all there was to it? It's, you know, a bit of suspicion. Let's check the whiteboard. Stacks of documents filed with dense, tangled formulas, all focused on a classified prototype. The equations seem tied to something called decompilation. Decompilation. All I could make out were pages of cryptic symbols, a language I didn't speak. Miss Malin, what exactly is this research about?
学院の機密事項よ。教えられることはないわ。今回の件とは無関係なことだと思うわよ。
分析員さん、さっきの音は。
Yeah. Whether or not she was lying, one thing was certain. Just hearing us mention that research triggered a sharp emotional reaction. This massive thing in the middle. A holographic image of a Titan floats up before us. Titan Sciences Lab core research includes extensive studies into Titan-related organisms. The thing seemed unusual at first glance. At first glance. This must be the Titan Sciences Lab's Metamorph Curio containment case.
理事から説明を受けたのね。
Really big. Is one we saw was like like the size of a small gas generator. This one is like a whole. I don't know what to compare it to. I guess maybe like a water heater.
そうなら説明を省けるわね。
中身のマーベルズ見せてもらってもいいかな。
どうぞ。
登録番号 YX003。
Really old, like containment. What's the word? Let's call it an SCP, okay? A really old SCP.
布まで敷いてなんだか手品に使う箱みたいだね。どれどれ情報を確認するね。物を箱に入れて蓋を閉じ、10秒経った後に蓋を開けると物の複製品が手に入る。複製は6時間間隔でしか使えない。複製品は異常性の産物だから6時間しか存在できない。だって。あとマーベルズは複製できないけど派生物なら一部可能なんだって。
It's interesting that after 6 hours, whatever it duplicated disappears.
僕が見つけたの。それと実験記録も。
この箱は昨日の午前に実験に使われたのですか？
箱で YXS115
Phase
貫通弾
bolts.
丸を複製したわ。複製品は貫通弾丸の実験に使えるの。弾丸の研究をスムーズに進めるためにこのマーベルズを申請したわ。
I want to know about the phase bullets, first of all, and second of all, I thought I couldn't duplicate curios.
複製終了時刻を覚えてい
Oh,
ます
wait.
か？
Hold on. Okay, it's a derivative, so it's not a curio itself, so it can't duplicate it. Close. Cancel.
さあ、午前10時くらいでしょう。
つまり複製品は午後4時に消えたということですか？
ええ、そう考えてもいいわ。
午後4時ですか。そういえば昨日研究に使ったのでしたらなぜ今日もここにあるのですか？ルール通りですと今朝に移送されたのでは？
この箱は特別よ。我々の研究を補助するための道具だけでなく、これは初期に発見したマーベルズの一つだわ。だから報告書を読んだでしょ。これは6時間ごとに複製ができるの。これからしばらくの間、これを使って研究を進める予定よ。今日の10時くらいにまた実験を行ったわ。同じく貫通弾丸を何個か複製したの。
その複製品を見せてもらえますか？
実験で使い切ったわ。使い切る場面を記録した録画ならあるけど。
Mom pulled up the video. The screen displayed this morning's test. Replicated bullet being loaded and fired. Well, something caught my eye. The replication box in the video looked a bit different from the one in front of us now. There's one more thing we need to investigate.
くんくんくん。これ危ない匂いがするぞ。ミチェル、気をつけて。そこはこれは分析員、見て。中に弾丸がたくさんあるよ。それから拳銃も1丁ある。
One could explain what's with the firearm in it and all this ammunition. I guess it's the phase bullets. I glanced at the XG 3D had found. It was even fitted with a silencer. Huh.
うちの研究サンプルよ。銃が発射するための道具に過ぎないわ。サイレンサーがついてるのも実験中に音を抑えたいだけ。我々は主に弾丸の研究をしているの。YXS115 の貫通弾丸の研究をね。
I should mention that silencers in real life, they put the noise level down a lot, but they don't not all the time do they turn it like completely silent. Even like at the best suppressors, you can still hear it slightly. Maybe in like the same room, so you can't do whatever they do in like genre movies. We also don't know the speed of the phase bullets or what their properties are. Phase bullets.
タイタン物質に似た特性を持ち、30ミリくらいの走行を情報体で貫通して直接肉体に作用できるものよ。
30 millimeters. I have an idea. What if the way that what's the word? The way that Mystia was killed was using the duplicated phase bullets. So since it penetrates 3 centimeters of material, I don't know how it's defined. Does it like differ from like materials, like the material penetrates? Assuming it doesn't, then it's possible that Mystia was hit with the duplicated bullets. The bullets.
まだまだ量産できないけれど、ここにあるのは15発。我々の今までの全成果よ。15発。我々の今までの全成果よ。本格的に実戦で使えるまでまだまだ道のりが遠いの。ああ、誤解のないように補足するけど、その銃には特殊な改造が施されてて、リミッターがついてるのよ。
Limited.
人に向かって発砲できないと設定されてるの。
Even so, it says what, like 3 centimeters. It's possible that after it is shot through an physical object, and then after freezing through that physical object, it hits, the human, which is Mystia. That's still possible. Like you can put, I don't know, you can just put any object in front of the gun barrel, or between the gun barrel and Mystia.
危険物扱いされずに研究室の中で保管することができるのよ。
It poses a threat. Understood. After Mon's explanation, I went through the cabinet's inventory log. All 15 rounds were accounted for, exactly as listed. Yeah, these are all potentially relevant. Didn't I check on this earlier again? Like earlier.
学院の今回の分析。
What am I missing? Am I supposed to interact with that again? Ah, that, okay. While Vidya and the others continued their search, my eyes drifted to the items neatly arranged on the right side of the desk. Miss Nan, may I ask you something?
どうぞ。
You're right-handed, correct?
ええ。
That's so. Most right-handed people tend to keep essential items on their dominant side. That is a fucking lie. Which brings me to my next question. Since you're right-handed, why did you go out of your way to reach across using your left hand, which is already holding a book, to grab your ID from your right pocket? I don't think I could have noticed that.
昨日の夜、右手をひねってしまったの。
From what? This game was smooth, no sign of external injury. I see. So it's probably with the muscles, or tendons, or bones, or joints. You say which part of the right hand? Brain. Brain is like overextension or something, right? Could be, if Maon is the the killer, it's possible that it was either caused from the scuffle with Tia, or it's from using a firearm without proper training. One way, like for example, if you use the shotgun for the first time without knowing it, you can injure your shoulder and like get like a really bad bruise. Just an example. We don't know the properties of the faceplate and the gun after all. Looks like we've covered everything here. We spent more than an hour combing through the lab, but no more useful clues have turned up. Just as we were about to call it, a thread I nearly let slip came back to me. Miss Malin, one last question. What do you know about the Curio Observer's Blade?
ごめんね。あんまり知らないわ。
Why aren't all curios assigned for research source through your lab?
ええ。大体は私たちが見つけて、それ相応の研究室に配っているんだけれど、何でも詳しいってわけじゃないわ。嘘じゃないわよ。YX111 のちゃんとした研究報告書があれば、こっちも特性がわかるんだけど、ティアからそんなものはまだ届いていないわ。
See.
他に質問は？
I shook my head. But it's clear, if we wanted to uncover what the Observer's Blade was truly capable of, we need to find it first. After leaving the Titan Sciences Lab, one final stop remained. At 12:23 p.m. on June 16th, we arrived at the Life Sciences Lab, where we were greeted by its supervisor, Neon. I like you more than Malin. Miss Neon? We'd already introduced ourselves earlier, but now, hearing the reason for our visit, Neon simply stood there, her polite smile unmoving, eyes slightly distant. Hajime Yoka.
どうぞ。
We'd like a rundown of your movements yesterday.
昨日は一日中実験していました。
What kind of experiment?
変異生物の研究です。変異生物というのはデンドロンに汚染されて偶然生まれた生命体のことです。たまに見つかるので、その都度こちらに送られてきます。研究に関する内容で言える範疇のことは以上です。
Great, there was an accident yesterday. Can you tell us what happened?
はい。午後4時30分くらいのことでした。
Timeline's up.
研究対象の変異生物に噛まれてしまいました。
攻撃性のある変異生物の実験なら保護措置がたくさん設けられていたはずだよね。何かアクシデントでもあったの？
はい。変異生物をなだめるためのマーベルズに問題がありました。変異が実験終了前に切れてしまい、変異生物を制御できなくなったのです。それで噛まれました。
And after that?
事故が起きてすぐ医療室に送られて治療を受けました。そこまでひどくない傷だったので、止血と手当てを済ませて薬を出してもらった後、研究室に戻りました。
Thing is, she didn't mention Malin's involvement. Was anyone else in the lab when you got back?
戻ったのは5時なので、それまでは人がいましたが、6時以降はみんな退勤していきました。
So, you were alone in the lab after 6.
疑っているようですが、私はティアを殺したりしません。
After noting down her statement, Fredia pulled me aside and lowered her voice.
分析員、これがさっき言ってた特別なケースだよ。最後の証言は嘘だって決めつけられないの。
I see, then let's verify things through a thorough on-site check. If her story holds up, the evidence will speak for itself. Hajime. Right, let's check this board. Nope. Plants.
虫がいっぱいいるよ。僕嫌い。美味しくなさそう。
This looks like a whale.
小型の変異生物ですね。このアリは最大 15kg の重りを上げられます。
A regular ant can't lift, what, like 10 times its own body mass? This is insane.
15kg?
Yeah, like 3 of those could lift me up. That's almost Herculean for an ant. ... Could these mutant specimens have any connection to the case? Maybe. Like this big one.
これがネオンさんが研究していた変異生物？見た感じ、なかなかの暴れん坊だね。僕、かっこいいと思うの。
I don't know what it looks like.
イチェルはこんな凶暴な生き物に興味があるの？
Infant eldritch horror.
だって美味しそうだもん。興味ってそっちなんだ。あれ、こっちの研究報告書すごく分厚くない？
ティアがタイタン物質開発研究室の高級研究員だった頃からこの件。
This Theon, did you just say Tia used to work at Titan Sciences?
はい、そう言いました。
そんなの私全然知らなかったよ。
わざと隠しているからでしょう。彼女にとってあまりいい思い出ではなかったはずですから。タイタン物質開発研究所はデンドロンが現れてからしばらくして立ち上げられた研究室です。ティアはそこの初期メンバーでした。当時の彼女は学院のある秘密研究に参加していたと思います。実際デンドロンが現れてから学院は危機を感じて様々な特別研究を開始しました。私の変異生物研究とティアが参加していたプロジェクトも実は同じ時期に始まったものです。
じゃあなんで
タブ犬から量子犬に移ったのかですよね。タブ犬から離れるのは彼女が言い出したらしいです。詳しい理由は知りません。方向性や考えの違いで仲違いが起きたとか、そういうのではないでしょうか。彼女が去った後、同時期に始まった秘密研究の大半が中止になりました。進捗があまり良くないのと、学院の経費にも限りがありますので、私の研究はそんなにお金がかからないので存続できました。その代わり、大した資金がもらえないので、数年研究してきましたが、これといった進捗はありません。学院が約束してくれた大型海底実験室が完成してくれれば、まだチャンスがあるかもしれませんが、今は
Well, about the seafloor lab.
なんとか回すだけで精一杯ですね。
分析員さん、被害者とタイタン物質開発研究室の過去は今までの調査で誰も言及しませんでしたよ。
Since there's some unspeakable past between Tia and the Titan Sciences, maybe Maon has some sort of disagreement with her that's only quote-unquote resolved recently. Exactly. No one had a prior conflict with the victim. Keeping it quiet would be understandable, even sensible. On the surface, it checks out. But still, could Neon have brought it up on purpose? Nija and I turned our attention to the dissection kit box, inspecting it together.
分析員さん、ここのメスですが、
There's a murder weapon missing.
足りません。凶器とされるあのメスはここにあったものなんでしょうね。
Yeah. We'd already gone over this angle back at the quantum sizes lab. Now it was time to press further.
ネオンさん、説明してくれますか？この箱からなぜ一本だけメスがなくなってるんですか？
わかりません。
わかりません？
少なくとも誰かがここからメスを取った覚えはありません。
昨日この実験室で事故がありましたよね。その時現場は混乱していたと思います。誰かがその隙を狙ってメスを取ったんじゃないですか？
ありえないと思います。医療室から帰ってきた時も確かメスは揃ってました。
それは午後5時の話ですよね。その後はどうでしたか？
We know that at least until 5, the scalpel was still here.
夜は解剖実験があったので、 その時も揃ってた気がします。
But until 6.
今朝研究室に来てみると1本だけなくなっていました。
監視カメラの映像を確認してもいいですか？
いいですけど、大したものは映ってないと思いますよ。
He pulled up the footage for us. Just as she'd said, the scalpels were stored inside a closed container. The camera couldn't capture when the missing one was taken. We cut through the timestamp where Neon had opened the kit, and there were clear glimpses showing all the scalpels still in place. And the final clear frame showing all scalpels present was...
これは昨日の夜8時の映像ですね。
It came last night.
この時点でメスはまだ揃ってますね。ですが、事件発生時刻から考えると、メスは6時12分の時点で。ああ、そういえば、メスは凶器じゃない可能性もありますね。何かつながりを見つけられたらいいんですが。
Well, I think this not really confirms, but like skews toward my theory of the phantom bullets being the actual murder weapon, and then the scalpel being like the fake murder weapon. Vidya fell quiet, tapping her chin in thought. Yes, now it's look at this massive thing. This must be Life Sciences Lab's Metamorph Curie containment case.
はい。ですが、私たちの主な研究対象は特殊な生命体であるため、申請したマーベルズはあくまで研究を補助するためのものです。
Young keyed in the passcode, unlocked the case, and removed its contents. What does this megaphone do?
こちらがタブ犬から渡された研究報告書です。我々はマーベルズの研究を行っていないので、効果はすべて報告書を読んでから知ります。
I skimmed the file in my hand. Command megaphone. Calms most non-human animals once activated. Additionally, most animals are able to comprehend and obey simple commands issued through the megaphone. Effective duration 30 minutes. Effective range 2 meters. After 30 minutes of use, the device requires at least 12 hours before it regains its effectiveness. The megaphone was discovered early on, like the replication box.
はい。こういうマーベルズは変異をたっぷり貯めているので。
So,
デンドロンから離れすぎたり、長時間金庫の外にいなければ、数日間で何度も効果を発揮します。
this megaphone lets you control a mutant creature for half an hour.
通常ならそうなりますが、昨日は20分足らずで効果が切れて、変異生物を制御できなくなりました。
It's possible it was used before it was meant to be used. That's why its duration is cut short.
後で思い返してみれば、事故が起きたのも私が生物に強化ポーションを飲ませたことが関係して。
Booster serum.
はい。うちの研究室の最新成果でタブ犬に提供する予定でしたが、その前に変異生物に使った場合の実験報告書を提出してほしいと言われました。そのポーションを飲んだ後、変異生物は昨日中ずっと浮き足立っていたんです。今思うと、予定より早く制御が効かなくなったのもそれのせいかと。
So, for subjects unusually excitable, the megaphone's actual control time might be different from what's stated in the report.
はい。報告書には基本、検証されたものしか書かれていないので、たまに見落とされたものがある場合もあります。具体的な効果は使ってみないとわかりません。
In that case, huh? Don't know how it would be relevant, but it's, you know, again, there's a possibility. I wish it would show us like what's clickable instead of, you know, because I don't know what's missing until, you know, I find it. There it is. How would I know?
ここの薬品は何の効果がありますか？
傷の手当てに使うものです。
傷といえば、昨日の生命科学研究室で事故がありましたよね。
はい。
Then why weren't
もう一度
that used?
事故について教えてもらえますか？
いいですが、さっきと内容は変わりませんよ。変異生物をなだめるためのマーベルズが予定より早く効果切れになったので事故が起きました。私は事故で腕を噛まれたので外傷用の薬を医療室からもらってきたんです。
傷口を見せてくれますか？
So sure, read this as well. Neon pulled up her sleeve to reveal the wound. Faint scars traced her arm, thin and shallow. The wound had barely healed. It was hard to tell whether it had been truly formed from a bite or some sharp tool. Huh. Interesting. By the time we wrapped up at his life sciences lab, it was already past 3 p.m. Outside, Vidya stood with her brow tightly knit.
なんだかこの人も怪しいですよね。分析員さん、もしかしてあのラ
Thinking through, Vidya. Megaphone couldn't have done it because of the autopsy report.
なるほど、わかりましたよ、分析員さん。それならラッパで密室を作り上げることは不可能ですね。ですが、ネオンさんを容疑者から外したら残りは一人しかいませんね。
Vidya tapped a finger to her chin, frown deepening.
この事件、なんとなく理解できたかもしれません。ですがやっぱり大事なパズルが足りない気がします。
Hold up. Huh. It can't be the face bullets. It could be the face bullets that damaged the door. And also, we don't know how thick the wall is. So we know that... I assume this is the quantum sciences lab. The door is here. And then the workstation is here. It's possible that she could just shoot through this wall to kill Mistia. Mistia is confused, so she just slams the lockdown button. Or either she doesn't slam the lockdown button, or her hand just conveniently is there. And then she, whoever used the phantom bullets, phase bullets, could shoot the door. The bullets would be lodged inside the door itself since it's 10 centimeters thick. While the penetrating property of the phase bullet is 3 centimeters. So it could be lodged inside the door, so it's, on the outside, it's, you know, not... Actually, there's a scuffle. I guess okay, never mind. There's a scuffle. Who the killer shot Tia with the phase bullets. And after the scuffle, placed her on the desk. Took the scalpel. Made the fake stab wounds. And possibly laced Lizzie's fingerprints on them. Went out the room. And then waited for Lizzie to come in. Lizzie would, you know, get knocked out. The killer would put Lizzie's fingerprints on the scalpel, walk out the room, either by, you know, using the, like going out before the shutdown finishes, or shooting the door from the outside to lock the door. That's my my guess on how it's happened. Exactly, but remember, we're not just after the killer. Edda, what role is she really playing in all this? And what's the true story behind Mystia's death? None mentioned an old Titan Sciences research project. Could that be a link? No, if she didn't crack the first time, she won't now. And we might tip our hand. Besides, there's a more important lead now. That Observer's blade. Haven't been able to shake my doubts about it. Just as Vidya and I were finalizing our next move, Axel came dashing over, tugging urgently at my sleeve.
分析員分析プリティアが何か見つけたって
I followed her right away. After we'd wrapped up at the life sciences, Vidya and Lizzie had been sorting through all the evidence cataloged by the detective bot. Perhaps they'd uncover a new lead. But as it turned out, the breakthrough hadn't come from the detective bot at all.
分析員お兄ちゃん自分のメールボックスを見てみたら先生からのメールが入ってたんだ
He pulled up the message and projected it in front of me. Ah, my eyes. I've already handed that system over to you, and I completed the program too. From here on, you should be able to keep things going by yourself, right? You flashbang me for that. Wait, the timestamp says 6:20 yesterday. I forgot.
このメール予約送信されたものだと思うんだよ
I forgot that, you know, that we didn't say that.
午前に取り調べが入った時に私じゃない誰かが先に読んだのかなさっき新しいメールが入ったからやっと気づいたよ
Mystique sent you more than one email yesterday. I scanned the inbox just above the message. There was another one already marked as read, also from Tia.
もう一つは先生と夜7時にプロジェクトの話をするって約束したメールだよ
Wouldn't it also be possible for her mail to be, like, tampered with? Like, deleted? Some emails? Same project you mentioned earlier, the Philosophian Horse.
うん
Can you tell me more about it?
なんというかちょっと変なプロジェクトなんだよね先生そのシステムに気づかれないバックドアを入れてって先生に言われたの確かそのシステム先生はずっとディスクに保存してたと思うんだけど渡された記憶はないんだよ
Where is it? You went out of her way to leave you that message. She must have had something in mind. Take your time. Think it through. This is a puzzle only you can solve. As I said the words, something clicked in my mind. Puzzle only Lizzie can solve. If she's the only one who can crack it, then that must mean... The realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. We were close. So close to the truth. Shortly after, we left the lab. Time was of the essence. At 4 PM on June 16th, we made our way directly to the contaminated section. Complications.
Dokko da
封鎖された研究基地というのはここでしょうか
最初に見つけるのはイチェルだフリティア先生も負けないぜイチェル危ないからあんまりはしゃがないでよ
タイタン物質の漏洩がここまでひどいとはおまけにこの物々しい警備証拠を抑えられたら困る者がいるみたいですねでもやっぱりこっちの方が一足早かったですねマーシルから届いたデータにハッキングの方法が記されていますそれもなんとフリティア先生検証済みのものです邪魔は私が取っ払いますね分析員さんと共に歩む道には邪魔なんてあってはなりませんから
That sounded like a yandere. Also, I like that intro.
あなたたちにはこれくらいで十分かと分析員さん私できましたよね
Teleporter. Sound the teleporter interact with a T-fusion concept. Huh? What? Huh? What's the T key? Oh, I'm supposed to activate the teleporter, and then I go out to press this button. I get it. It's just a little unintuitive to put it like this. We activate it, and then we activate this. So when the door is closed, we can go in. There we go.
さすが分析員。すぐにマスターしたね。セキュリティガバガバじゃない？
Man, the physics on her hindquarters is
特にわかるぞ。
pressure plate.
ドアを開けるための装置だ。
Door will remain open for 3 seconds after standing on it.
みんなは通れるんだぞ。イチャルをここに残しちゃダメだよ。そうだ、ワープドライブを使おうよ。
So we stand on this right now,
ワープドライブを
and then we can teleport, and then we can dash off over here. Teleport again.
どう？プリティア先生結構頼りになるでしょ？
Burning point.
分析員さんの前ではちゃんとしなきゃ。相手はこの
Same thing as we did earlier. Activate the pressure, not the pressure plate, the teleport button, and then we teleport now.
分析員さん、私できましたよね。
Teleporter. I assume it goes to the other side.
電源付きのやつ？
Nope.
でもまずは起動状態にしないといけないね。
And then we teleport again. Is there anything behind here? Nope. Just backtracking that we don't need. We just teleport again. Now we're done.
現場検証済みです。さーて、真相は？
I wonder if we get a 5-star character for free in this event as well. Headway.
分析員さんの前ではちゃんとしなきゃ。
ここにドアを開けないぞ。
隣に行ってみましょう。その前にワープドライブを使いましょうか。分析員さん、私できましたよね。
So our ability lasts for 3 shots, which is the same as the amount of bars that we get on her passive.
セキュリティガバガバじゃない？
It's the opposite. We have to let it go up before we teleport this time. Let's charge up our skill. Probably better to use our ult when there's like more than 3 enemies, or more than, yeah. You get the point. Can we just wait, I guess? Yep.
分析員どうだった？私前より進歩してるのかな？
Okay, so yeah, we'll leave that for next stream, because that is a lot of reading. I think we got through the bulk of the reading because, you know, there's 7 progresses, which is the, you know, the, what's the word? The dialogue. So we've gotten through most of it. Yeah, it's also, I think it's a pretty good cliffhanger. Any show? What's that? So yeah, that's where we're gonna go with the event for now. I might have to show off some other stuff, since you know, I did go through the stuff before without showing them on stream. Ah, there's more words. Let me, sorry. Don't really. Yeah, let's not go through the other stuff since oh, it's over. There was an event where it's basically like this, but it's shorter, and you know, it's shorter, so it's better. But yeah, I guess that is all for today. I don't think we can do any saucy things. You can take a look. I mean, there are some characters around. Let's see if I can make some conversations. Also, I guess I could pick up these fragments. Thanks, video. Where are people we know? I swear I saw one on the map earlier. On the other side. It's Haru. I don't remember if we've seen her in the story yet. But let's view the story. It's like a... Yeah, Haru is one of my characters that I use for farming affinity. So we have one story, so let's check it out. Oh god, it's reading. After working on my desk for so long, my back and joints felt abnormally stiff. They say the ancients laminated the fat on their legs that would develop as a result of not riding for long periods. And I seemed to understand how they felt. I decided to temporarily put aside the documents that were pending approval and went to the training room to get my body moving instead. Felt a bit looser after running 5 kilometers. However, my shoulders and joints were still bothering me. You do not feel looser after running 5 kilometers. If anything, your muscles are like tense. Seemed like I needed to go back to my regular training plan or do some extra combat simulations. Just as when I was considering this, I heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Winsakin, do you need any assistance? Miss Haru. That's alright, I was just about to head to the outdoor training ground. Iyo. If you're experiencing joint pain, you should avoid high-intensity training. Exactly. Huh? How did she know? I saw you rubbing your neck and shoulders, so I just assumed you're as sharp as ever. So you've been watching me. Winsakin, don't tease me. Cahoon, actually, you could add some yoga to your regular training regimen. Yoga, that was something I'd never tried before. Same. Yoga can help strengthen your core, especially your transversus abdominis and iliopsoas muscles. You aren't worried that doing yoga might undermine your image, are you, Adjutant? No, I'm more concerned about how long it would take to see results. Many people have the same concern. It might seem like it takes a long time to see any progress with yoga, but even a single session can help you relax as well. Because yoga can regulate your nervous system, relax tension, release tension, and reduce stress. So it's perfect for people who sit for long periods at their jobs or have stiff joints. Sit for long periods. Stiff joints? That was me! I couldn't deny how tempting it sounded. Alright, I'm interested. Good, you'll see what I'm talking about after you try it, Adjutant. I can help you put together a training plan. I'll send you some video tutorials for certain moves too. Perfect, she was a lifesaver. Howard always went above and beyond in these types of situations. My father taught me that our bodies are our most important weapon. Maintaining and caring for your weapon is vital to success. You're the core of the Heimdall Force, Adjutant. You can't get too tired or stretched too thin. Was that a yoga-themed metaphor? To both avoid disappointing her and to save my creaking joints, I decided that yoga was worth a try. Okay, that was short, thank god. A bit of rewards for completing that story. Life seems to have something. It's a gift. Bye bye. Healing center. There's some talking to be done. We have Enya. Playing house. Huh? My alarm clock had woken me up earlier than usual, even though it was my day off. Wait, day off? Suddenly remembered I'd agreed to join Enya for a special meet and greet today. The adjutant still isn't here, so slow. Did he get eaten by the boogeyman? The boogeyman is no match for the adjutant. Huh? He's a big hero. He's left the Heimdall Force in and out of the containment zone several times, handled the tower's dispute, and personally exposed the board's schemes. That is... spoilers. The puny boogeyman wouldn't last a minute against him. Whoa. So don't you worry, he's probably on his way here right now. Miss Enya, tell us a story. Tell us a story about Mr. Adjutant again, please. Alrighty. Guess my internet died. Hold on. Guess my internet died. Hold on. And we're back. Okay, let's continue. There were only 7 or 8 kids, but they were harder to escape from than a horde of change. I pleadingly looked at Enya for help. She couldn't help but laugh when she saw she quickly detected my predicament. Whoever gets back to their seat fastest would get their present from Mr. Adjutant first. Let me see, who is the fastest? Me. I finally escaped. Sorry that the kids are giving you a hard time, Adjutant. A little, but how should I put it? I guess I wasn't expecting to be so popular. You should be more confident, Adjutant. These are all children that we saved from the light chasers. What they feel for you isn't simple admiration. Hearing you say that gives me even more pressure. By the way, why do I need to do this meet and greet? Well, you don't need to do anything special except hang around here. It's just one morning. Can I bother you to do that, Adjutant? One morning is no problem, but do I really just need to hang out? Well, now that you mention it, doing nothing would be weird. Then, how about we play a game together? We normally have outdoor playtime at this time. Outdoor playtime? Yep, those are the kindergarten's rules. We haven't decided on a game to play today yet. Why did you choose, Adjutant? Is everyone okay with that? Okay. I thought about what kind of game to play with the kids. I needed a simple game that could be played with several people. That is too complicated, so let's play Eagle and Chicks. That's a great suggestion, and we have 2 adults. Perfect. You can be the mother hen protecting their chicks, Adjutant. I'll be the eagle trying to catch them. No, I don't want you to be the big bad eagle, Miss Enya. I'll be the eagle. No, you're not a bad guy, either, Adjutant. Couldn't there be 2 mother hens? But then there wouldn't be an eagle. Looks like this game is causing problems. Maybe we should change it to... Can we play house? Little girl with pigtails raised her hand sheepishly. Why don't we play house with Mr. Adjutant and Miss Enya? Didn't we just play house last week? Let's play hide and seek. I think playing house would be more fun. Even though there were only 7 or 8 of them, the kids were still divided into 2 groups with differing opinions. Do you usually have to deal with problems like this, Enya? It must be hard. Bend down and talk to the kids who are arguing. Yeah, let's talk about this. Why don't we play house in the morning, then go check out Yggdrasil buildings in the afternoon? We can go see where you and Miss Enya live? Okay, then let's play house now. Looked like I'd found a resolution. Adjutant, are you sure that's okay? Yeah, it shouldn't be a big deal to show the kids around the base hall. I mean, is it really okay to take up your afternoon? Don't worry about it, I just want to help you out, Enya. Hehehe. Why are you laughing? It's nothing, I just feel really happy all of a sudden. Then let's start assigning roles. Before I knew it, the little girl with pigtails had moved closer to me. Mr. Adjutant, you be the dad. She stood on her tiptoes and pulled at the hem of my shirt, handing me a fake beard. Then you can be the mom, Miss Enya. So the little girl was assigning the roles logically. The only two adults who have played a mom and dad? Wait a second, I'm the dad and you're the mom? I don't have a problem with that, dear. Whoa, was Enya in character already? Do you really have to call me that? Dosh-sama? It's just a game, dear. The kids are waiting for us. It still feels weird. Well, in that case, the adjutant can be the baby and I'll be the mom. Come here, adjutant. Let mommy give you a big hug. These roles feel even weirder. But I wasn't immediately happy with my role. I still ended up playing the dad after the kids begged me. Looking back, it wasn't so bad. Okay, that's wholesome. Unless you're a Twitter user, in which case that is fucking nuclear. Oh my god, Fruity actually goes around like on her. I don't know what this is called. End of it. We're back at the ground floor again. I assume it's the ground floor. Soy milk, pig trotters. You're eating these for breakfast. You see, Professor Feedy is conducting an experiment. What, when whether soy milk takes out grease? Don't be silly. The soy milk is made from flax seeds, and the trotters are seeded with soybeans. This is weird. I think this is the first time we've had a... maybe second time we've had a random event that has like a... that's like 3D animated instead of live 3D. The scientific journal stated that soybeans and flax seeds possess fascinating properties. As a professor, I must verify their effectiveness on manifestations, right? Camera. I thought it was just papaya. That's a myth, okay? While papain and papaya does stimulate estrogen, papain itself would have already been broken down by pepsine. Zero bioavailability. In fact, Freya. Don't force yourself if you can't finish it. In your case, being petite is actually pretty cute. Freya kept silent, focusing on munching on the trotters. Bye bye. That's funny though. It's a nice detail. I wonder if we can like block her. Or you can hear her laughing as well. You can't really block her. It's Dr. Acacia. So no, that's the Sunju. I guess. Hold on. You know, let's check if we can do some sussy things. You know, for the content. No. Okay. Let's go to the other sussy place. I should have totally checked the map. Coordinated has a dialogue or something. Anyone else that needs to talk? Doesn't seem like it. What is you? Splash roulette. Infuse your deep reflection into the splash shot. Pull the trigger and aim at the one you adore. With the completing Marian's practice mode, switch between left and right to switch. Select your favorite girl for practice. Just a complete practice mode will join challenge mode. In challenge mode, each match will feature new challenges with random girls. Keep an eye on your and the girl's health. When your health reaches 0, that means you've been defeated by the girl. When the girl runs out of health, you can proceed to the next challenge. Here, you can choose to either shoot yourself or a girl. You can also keep track of the remaining splash or empty shells. Winning is all about using your arms smartly, whether you're keeping the girl under control or seeing through it all. Just watch out for her little gadgets that could catch you off guard. After victory in challenge mode, you'll unlock an additional rapid fire phase. In this phase, you can shoot your affection towards the girl. Just as after victory. After victory in challenge mode, you can choose to keep going or sell with what you've earned. If you choose to keep going, the amount of splash coins will be doubled, serving as wager for the next round. But be careful, if you lose all splash coins you've earned. Man, sometimes taking a moment to recharge is the best choice. If you choose to stop after victory, you'll keep all the splash coins you've earned. The new record can wait to the next challenge. Awards. I think this is a permanent game mode. I think. Item cover. I don't know what that. Person restraint. Oh, I think I know what this is. Okay, so this gives me a legitimate reason to play this mode. Okay, aside from content. Archive. So these are the items. I assume this is like Marianne first. I assume this is like what's the word? Shotgun roulette. Buckshot roulette. That's the name. Don't worry, I'll walk you through it. See that shooting button on the right? So who's your target? Me or... I guess this is one water shot and 2 blank shots. Yeah, so this is just buckshot roulette. So I would shoot... Chances are I would shoot myself first, since there's a 60% chance this will be a blank. It is a blank. Since it's a blank, I get an extra turn. An empty round looks like you get another shot, Adjutant. You are dead. I don't know what the difference is, so let's just go for a headshot. No, it's a blank, so it's her turn to shoot me. Hee, that's right, now it's my turn to play. Or was it a... Huh? Which shot was the blank then? Try an empty round at yourself, you get an extra turn. Yep. Okay, now it's 1 blank and one water shot. I guess it's my turn now. She had a blank. So now it's our turn to shoot her with water. Now we definitely know it's water. So let's shoot at the head. I guess it's the roses that we know it's the water shot. Nice work, Adjutant. You've made it. Okay. Oh, and I've got some fun little twos for you, Adjutant. I half assumed we would get water in the actual shots rather than rose. What's the word? Rose petals. Maybe we can shoot other parts of the body. Maybe it's a headshot that only has the roses. It's kind of like a kiss, I guess. So we got X-ray shades, which reveals the next round in the chamber. Restrained handcuffs, so unable to do anything for the next turn. So yeah. Well, we're going first. Do we get the items, or did they just explain it? If that restores health and the X-ray. So I feel like X-ray would be the best since it's 50-50. Next shot will be an MC round. Sure, we can use it to shoot ourselves. So let's shoot ourselves. I don't know why he's so scared. It's just water. Like the most that will happen is that the water gets in your ear. And if that case, you should tilt your head, towards the gun side. Now we shoot her. Let's go for a body shot. Nope, still roses. Hyper barrel, double damage. X-ray shades, so we know what that does. Do our items get reset? We should use the hyper shot and also restore her health. He's saying the same thing. She's saying it's my turn. Blank, so she wasted her items. Our items from earlier got kept, so I would like to cuff her and also double damage, if that's possible. Yep. So, you know, she can't move. And, what else? Again, it's still petals. What's the point of, like, aiming at the direct, like, aiming, then? I guess it gives us, like, a POV. Okay. So she can't move again, and now we can use our glasses to tell what's in the next round. Next shot is empty, so we're gonna shoot ourselves. Yeah, this is like a really low-stake version of Buckshot Roulette. Chances are it's gonna be a water, so let's... we can check. It's empty again, so let's shoot ourselves. And then we can just shoot her to finish off the round. We shoot her. Or is it because it's not challenge mode that we don't get like what's the word? I don't know what the second like term was, but she's a daisuki, so we know what that means. I thought we challenged her already. Marianne. I don't know a lot of these girls. That's Boo Boo. So was that first one just like a tutorial, so it doesn't count? I guess so. Let's see what the game defaults to, and we'll start from there. Defaults to you, so let's test anything to practice with you. I don't know. Maybe each character like introduces a new item, so that's why it uses like a tutorial first. 2 water, so we're gonna shoot her first. First turn, she's out. X-ray, we know more X-ray. What's stopping us from using X-ray on her? Just saying. Chances are it has a high chance of being a dud, so let's shoot ourselves. I mean, I could use the glasses, but you know. Let's see. I don't know what happens when we shoot ourselves, like with the actual one. Now that it's 50-50, let's use the glasses. Last shot, so we shoot her. And she's wasting her items again. Okay, you wasted your goggles and your double damage. Gray health, we don't need health yet. Get to X-ray. Let's just shoot her, since it's a higher chance of being a water shot. It was indeed a splash shot. He's either gonna deal double damage to us, or you know, waste our items again. He wasted her items again! I guess it's like low level AI, so Makes sense. Let's shoot her to end the turn.
タオルの感想お願いしていい？
How do you unlock challenge mode? Not that. How do you unlock challenge mode then? Unlocks after defeating at least 2 non-trial girls in practice mode. Non-trial girls. Okay, so Chensing is non-trial, Marianne is on trial, Yao is not non-trial. So I guess we are supposed to do Chensing. So, you know, let's do that.
お手柔らかにお願いします。
2 solid shots, splash shots, so let's shoot her.
からかうのはよしてください。
50-50, so... And she splashes herself. Handcuffs, barrel. Let's cuff her. And then we shoot her.
からかうのはよしてください。
An extra turn, so it's 50-50, so let's just shoot her.
からかうのはよしてください。
Both for splash shots.
賞賛ありです。
Last is a
賞
dud,
賛ありです。
and she's wasting a barrel.
あしからず。
Also, like, if anything, this game is... Like, they're already at a disadvantage, because we don't have much to lose. Like, their clothing can get, you know, see-through, possibly, from, you know... let's use a pipe. Let me shoot her. Since there's a 75% chance this is a splash shot.
からかうのはよしてください。
There it is. Please join challenge road.
安心して
Let's finish the other trial.
嫌いなわけでは。
What do you mean it's you've unlocked challenge mode? I guess it's like up here. But I think, yeah, let's finish the other Yao's practice.
安心して。やってたら元気出るから。
Let's shoot her. Why not?
こんな時にグズグズしないでよ。
There's a splash shot. Right?
狙い通りだ。
50-50. What's she gonna do? She's gonna shoot us.
チェンジだ。
I realize that when they're shooting us, the camera angle changes to a POV shot. And she's out, because now our shot is a splash shot.
こんな時にグズグズしないでよ。
Handcuffs. Barrel. Chances are it's gonna be, you know, a dud. So let's shoot I solve. Then we shoot her. It's splash. An extra turn because she was cuffed. And we can shoot ourselves. I wish they could use like a shotgun, but like loaded with like balloons or something. Because right now it doesn't really make sense that, I mean, I guess you can say that it's it has like gas in the pump, so it shoots confetti instead of you know.
こんな時にグズグ
Infinium has water. Turn change, it's 50-50. She locked us. So chances are we're gonna take 1 damage, or 2 if she has a barrel. Dud. So the next one is gonna be a splash shot. You don't need to use your X-ray, you know it's the splash shot. Okay, I guess we do have a benefit to like getting shot. We get that shot earlier. Barrel. X-ray. We use them together. X-ray. Next shot is a splash, but we don't need to double our damage. So let's just shoot her. Okay, now we can do challenge mode. Let's do Chenxing's first. I don't know what that shuffle was. Barrel. X-ray. Oh, you're at a disadvantage right now. Next shot is empty, so we'll shoot ourselves. And then since it's a blank, we can get another turn, and then we can use the barrel. And shoot her. Handcuffs. A reset hammer. Increasing up to 4 items for random new ones, okay. So if we get something we don't need. Okay, I guess she has a steal item. And the teddy bear ejects the round. Oh, we are doomed. He's gonna get like 1 shot on us, so. How does that work? Is she like cleaning our visor? Not like cleaning, but like wiping our visor down. Health. Barrel, so we can regen that health. He doesn't have a barrel, so that's not. Let's get health first, though, just in case I lose this shot. Let's try ourselves. If it's 50-50, let's shoot her. Yeah, let's shoot her. Flash, so let's shoot her. What do you need the X-ray? You know it's a blank. Why is everyone scared of getting shot themselves? It's water. Blood trick. Uses 1 bullet in the squirt gun from an empty round to a splash shot. Okay. Oh, she's gonna steal an item from me, isn't he? she keeps stealing my gloves. You're not gonna steal again? Okay. Oh, she's gonna splash us. You need to put it down. We know it's your turn. Flip trick. Bounce heavy. Yeah, right. Ejects a round from her chamber.
賞賛ありです
Which she's gonna shoot herself, chances. That's what I assume she's gonna do. Unless she finds out that it's a splash.
簡単です
She keeps stealing our stuff. Okay, we should start stealing when we can, so that we don't get our items stolen. Yeah, she's gonna shoot us.
杞憂でしたね
Okay, we can speed things up.
賞賛ありです
Oh, it's just the animations that sped up. I guess these speed up too. Okay, we got shot.
もう勝敗がつきそうですね
The shades, reset hammer. I guess we did just 2 times. 4 times is too fast. What items do we have now? We can flip, or we can see what it is. Let's see what it is. The splash. So the thing is that we are low on health. They don't exactly want to give her an extra turn.
準備万端です
Oh, she's gonna splash
賞
us.
賛ありです
We're doomed. Or not.
見立て通りです
Why would you shoot yourself with open fire? Okay, I don't know.
安心してください
It's not supposed to be wet, so I don't know. I guess it's just the coins. Let's stop here. Yeah, I guess that counts towards your points at the end. That's 666. Okay. But if you want to grind for like a high score, you can do that. I don't, unless there's like a requirement. But you need that much at least in any challenge. You need to lose that much. I mean, if you're unlucky, you can lose, but if with good strategy, you have a high chance of winning. There's still some items you haven't seen yet. I guess what we saw is that when you press challenge mode, it gives you any girl. And that's why we have like a thing that switches between two. Man, I expected more from this mode. Come on. I expected more from this mode. Maybe if you played longer, you know, there would be different angles, but yeah, I guess there's that. Can I exchange for No, we can't. I can't do that. Let's see if there's anything else we can do. I guess that's all. What is this? Recover. Ah. What's cover though? Like, where does it go? Oh, it goes to the background. The default, you know, I guess the base. Main cover, reach with this and present patrol period 4. Okay, we don't have that. We only have this for now. So yeah. You know, if someone opens your profile or you open your own profile, you see this. So yeah. Yeah. See you guys next time. I don't know when the next stream is, but yeah. Hope you enjoyed the stream. You know, like and subscribe if you're on YouTube, if you're on Twitch. Yeah. See you guys next time. It's reconnected, so you know, now's a good time to edit. Bye bye. I think for 4 hours. I mean, every Snowbreak containment zone stream is pretty long. I guess it's because there's a lot of talking.